Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Everybody, we've hit hump day tonight. Wow, I got so excited I could barely get the words out. How y'all doing? Dave Scott's my name at SOR headquarters here in beautiful British Columbia, where the tides have turned on the temperature and the snow is starting to finally melt away. Hey, we got an easy, fun show for you to listen to tonight. One of my favorite authors, Susan Masino, is here. It is rock and roll and paranormal all night long. We don't need anything else. Let there be rock, people. Let there be rock. That's all that matters. I want to say hello to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. Race fan in the gold medal position. Nightmare taking home the silver. Kevin with a bronze medal. Andrew, good to have you back, buddy. Thank you for coming on in. And there's Awesome Ann Palmer and B. Acreon, the gorgeous Cosmic Fleur, lovely Nikki in Seattle, Eris Manna, thanks for coming on in. Jack Clark, what's happening? Mark Longoria, good to see you. James Weston is here. He'll be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio. To the left of the studio. The gorgeous Kathy Evans has returned. And who else do we have hanging out here? Thurston Howell III. Dirty Filth, Northern Illinois Sasquatch. How you doing? Nice to have you all here as we continue on with Roll Call. And there's our good friend E. Niles, who will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio. To the right of the studio. Roy Boy, Matthew Kennedy, gorgeous Gloria, Enzo. How you guys doing? Thanks for coming on in. Nicola, good to see you here, my friend. And who else is in here? Let us scroll down a little bit. Dijo, how you been doing? Good to have you back. And Uncle Dale and his Power Stash are here. Remember, if you are in Austin, Texas, and you see Uncle Dale, rub his Power Stash for good luck right through tax time. EMF, you're unbelievable. Oh, there we go. I love that. I do. I'm not going to lie. That might be one of my new favorites. Paul Holland, Grand Paul Holland, nice to have you here. Downshift, Millennium, good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. And Terry Brown, how you doing, brother? Good to see you. And who else is joining us here? $5,900. Carfunibre, what's happening? Chico from Phoenix, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Luscious Jules, nice to have you here. One of our great veterans who listens to this show, former Marine, Black Dragon. Love you, man. Mennonite Abe, thank you for joining us. And who else is here? Mr. Lurks a lot. Simon, known as Dogface Boy. Nice to have you here from Australia. And who else is here? Todd Purden is here. He wouldn't miss a show. He's like, screw that, Dave's on the air. Time to get into the chat room. The lovely Natalie, good morning to you in the United Kingdom. Steve Wolf, nice to see you. The gorgeous Cryptid Huntress, there she is. Jose, the lovely Jenny, what is happening? And Crazy Smith, thank you so much for that super sticker there and kicking off the super chat tonight. The super chat is a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. Very much appreciate that. John Swan, always a pleasure. NP, good to have you back. JG Hartwell, good to see you, my friend. And who else is here? Oh, the gorgeous Jen has returned. Robert Garcia, how are you? Thank you for coming on in. Lovely LaDonna, the vivacious Amy, Vegas. Oh, can't wait to meet her in a couple of weeks down at our Vegas party. So April 22nd to 24th in at the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas. It's going to be great. Penman, good to have you here. Davey Wavy, thanks for coming on in. Boom! Gorgeous Bama. There she is. Let's see. We got about 35 seconds here. 35 seconds. What shall we do in that time? Well, I don't know. We can just hang out and, kind of just shoot the breeze. Remind you that I will be off on Friday night because I'll be in San Francisco with Lynn Effin Wallington at UFOCon 2022. If you're in the Bay Area or around, you want to come join us, do that. UFOCon2022.com is, oh, Jesus, where's my mouse? From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do us the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire, and check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a great show for you tonight. Susan Masino is here. Author extraordinaire, rock and roller extraordinaire. We're going to get into rock and roll and ghosts. What better combination is there than that? See, I'm all excited tonight for Susan to be here. Just pumped. I feel like I got to just, yes. I'm just that pumped up. I love her. I do. And following that, in hour 3, we're going to have another great story from our resident swamp dweller and another spooky story there. As well, the fedora-wearing John Hudson will join us with the UFO report. Shirky Poo's got the news. Yeah, a busy night. Susan Masino has been a rock journalist for over 30 years. She has a number of books out, created and hosted the 94.1 JJO Local Stage radio show from 97 to 2004. She's produced 8 local music compilation CDs. Susan has also appeared in Van Halen's DVD, The Early Years, and Let There Be Rock, the movie. Her book, The Story of AC/DC, Let There Be Rock, is published in 11 languages. Most of her life has been interested in the paranormal and music. How do you not love this lady? She gets to play with ghosts on one hand and AC/DC on the other. Yeah, good stories. She's a great storyteller, and I'm glad she's here. Susan Masino, one of my favorites ever on this show. How are you?
Oh, thank you, Dave. I'm very well. I'm honored to be here. I love talking to you. I love your show. Hello to the audience, and thank you so much for having me on.
You know what? It's never boring when you're here. It never is, because you have so many stories about going on the road and meeting all sorts of musicians. Now, I know AC/DC is the closest to your heart, and you're very well known within the band as well. You're not one of these people who just reports on the band but never knows them. They're friends of yours. You hang out with them. You party with them. And yet you got this ghost side to you that, for our new listeners who are tuning in saying, who's this awesome Susan Masino lady? This is what it's all about. This is why you're the perfect SOR guest.
Oh, I love rock and roll and the paranormal, and a lot of times they cross paths. They really do.
It very much so. Let's learn from for our audience sake here, Susan, who may have not have heard you on previous shows here, but let's talk about the paranormal side right off the bat. You are intuitive. You are
Mhm.
somebody who has dealt with the paranormal your entire life. Do you remember going back as a child or as a teenager and having weird experiences happen?
Oh yeah. Yeah, actually I started, or my grandmother I should say, started all of this when I was really little. She used to we used to say our prayers, we'd sleep on a day bed in her bedroom, and she would tell us stories before we went to sleep. And one night she told us the story about when her mother passed away, that her mother had appeared to her in her bedroom one night to say goodbye. Now, this was extremely terrifying and extremely fascinating for me because right then and there, I thought, well, is this a good thing or a bad thing? And can she come back? I mean, will she reappear again? And so, needless to say, every night that I slept at my grandmother's house, I fell asleep staring at that doorway, waiting for something to materialize. But that started me on a path of just when I was in middle school, the only person really that wrote about it was Hans Holzer. He was, the original ghost hunter. And so I just read as much as I could. And as I got older, I am a psychic empath. I have prophetic dreams. I've seen shadow people. I've seen UFOs. I've seen a full body apparition. And I was poisoned by a something, I'll say a spirit, at Bobby Mackey's in Wilder, Kentucky. So,
Wow.
yeah.
That's not very nice for it to do that.
No,
Not very
no.
nice at all.
No, it was awful. And what's crazy about it is a lot of people that investigate Bobby Mackey's get sick. So,
I've heard that.
yes. So
So,
there's something there that can do that.
considering your life revolving around two different careers, the paranormal side and the music side, which one do you prefer?
Oh, wow, that's a tough one. I love both of them so much. I can't think of, doing one without the other, but I guess music first because I grew up in the music business. My parents owned a ballroom when I was born. And they always had like bars and restaurants where they had the jukebox and live music. So I pretty much grew up in it. So, and that, of course, that keeps everybody. I mean, what would we do without music?
Very true. Very, very true. When you look at everything that you have kind of gone through with music and the paranormal, a lot of people don't really understand how the two really overlap each other. A lot of musicians are experiencers. They are very profound, they are very intuitive. They
Mhm.
may not be psychic, but intuitive I think is more the correct word there. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But out of all the musicians that you have dealt with over the years, and from Van Halen to AC/DC and every Kiss and Guns N' Roses band member in between, have you met a number of musicians over the years that have come up to you on the side and said, "Hey, I've experienced some things"?
Actually, not so much. I mean, I guess I never really uh, asked them about it. Although, I know that, Angus and I have talked about it, though, I have to say. We talk about Bon and his presence because, when Angus is on stage, and now he's said also that he feels Malcolm with him too. But the band, well, Brian Johnson also mentioned in many interviews during the recording of Back in Black that he had a visitation from Bon, even though he doesn't really elaborate on it. But I can imagine that, Bon was there. But there's a few weird things like when they were recording Razor's Edge.
Love that.
They Yeah, oh yeah, that was such a great album, and they came back, 7, 8 years later and just bigger than ever. And I heard that they came back one day and there were let's see, there were backing vocals on a song that had not been recorded. I mean, the backing vocals had not been recorded, but they were there in the studio and it sounded like Bon. So
Really?
yeah, yeah, that's one of the coolest things I can think of. But
I would love to hear that. So
yeah,
basically what you're saying is here they're doing the recording the backing vocals, and when they played it back,
mhm,
Bon Scott at this time, who's been dead for 30 years,
yeah, yeah,
has or 20 years, pardon me, at that point, literally has his voice on
mhm,
track.
oh yeah.
What song?
Oh, I'd have to look that up. I don't know if they revealed the exact song, so that's something I would have to dig into. But
That just gave me
you
huge
know,
goosebumps.
well, it's so cool because Bon, he's so much there, and what I love about what the band does is, I mean, how many people have been to a live AC/DC concert? Half the songs, half of the lyrics were written by Bon. So he's very much part of their show to this day. And then it always brings a bit of a tear when they do Highway to Hell as one of their encore songs and they have a picture of Bon up behind them on the stage. So, and a lot of bands don't do that. After someone has left the picture, passed away, they don't hold that image for decades like they do with Bon. And every time we talk, every time Angus and I talk, no matter how many years it's been, we always talk about Bon, always.
Mhm.
So he's always around.
When you have that kind of a bond with someone, it doesn't go away.
No.
Whether they're there or not, it doesn't go away. And oh gosh, I would love to hear that song because I loved the Razor's Edge. I'm not gonna lie. You know
Oh,
what I found fun, and this is where we're gonna kind of just jump into it and talk music at times tonight because I am such a music aficionado. Like I'm not a big have you heard this band or I watched that band when they before they made it big. I'm not that guy, but there's just sometimes I just get really really into it. And one of the things I always found funny about the Razor's Edge album was the self-titled song, The Razor's Edge.
mhm.
That was my favorite song on that album, and it never, ever got played until, like, 25 years later when it becomes the theme for Iron Man.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
It never got played on radio, I never heard it on Sirius XM.
Yeah.
It was nowhere
Yeah.
except on my collection, you know, and all of a sudden, Iron Man comes out, and I'm like, listening to the commercial, I'm like, "Razor's Edge."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
like,
yeah.
yes, like,
Yeah.
about time that song got its due.
Oh yeah.
Because
Yeah. That whole album is amazing.
but they never even played it in concert.
That's right. They
They
don't.
never did, and until it made it big. So,
Yeah.
that's just one of those little things that I noticed. But,
Mhm.
as you go on here and you've had these spiritual connections with people and musicians and everything like that, explain, uh let me rephrase that. I know you're a very humble person. I know that you have taken this as one giant gift from the powers above that have graced you with a life that you wanted. Not a lot of us get that opportunity, Susan. So for somebody who, and I'm not saying there hasn't been trials and tribulations
Mhm.
along the way, but for someone who has basically lived the life that they have wanted to live, what's that like? For so many of us who haven't.
It's kind of strange in a way because people think that my life has always been very easy and I just do fun things, which I have done a lot of fun things, but I definitely didn't start out that way. And when I started writing for a local paper, right, I was 21 years old and I lucked into working for a paper that happened to be in the time period that all these bands, Cheap Trick, AC/DC, Van Halen, um, journey, all these bands were exploding right in front of us. So that was, that really set the stage for, the rest of what I would do in my life. But it's very surreal for me. I mean, even I sometimes I'll find stuff on the internet about myself, and I'll see it and go, oh, wow, that's, geez, that's pretty cool. But I don't walk around like that every day, and feel like, hey, guess what? I'm pretty low key about that because I was lucky. I was very lucky and in the right place at the right time. And luckily, back when I was a kid, I kept journals and calendars and date books and all the articles that I wrote, that sort of thing. So I kept good records. And thank God, I say now at this age why I get interviewed is because I'm old, I'm older, so I was there, and I'm still alive. Last time I checked, and I can still remember. So so it's come in handy. But I have, gotten to know Les Paul. Got to hang out with Van Halen before they were famous. Hung out with AC/DC when they were broke. Which is really funny to when you hear some of the songs that Bon used to write about. I got the Cadillac, but I can't afford the gasoline. That they were really struggling when I first met them. So to watch, it's been amazing for me to watch. Like I knew these bands were going to be big, and I knew they were going to be iconic, but I really can't say that I could have said at the time, oh my gosh, 45 years from now, they're still going to be filling stadiums. That is just pure luck right there for me.
As somebody who has been around the music scene as much as you have, we have, there are very few bands left, Susan, that are actually doing stadium tours anymore.
Hmm.
Like, especially at the height of rock and roll, everything was in a football stadium. Whether it was Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd, AC/DC, Van Halen,
Hmm.
Guns N' Roses, whoever. We have, and you fast forward to today, you can almost count on two hands, and maybe not very much beyond that, anybody who can do a a real stadium type of tour and put 65, 70, 80,000 people inside there. I mean, what has happened to music, in your opinion, where we've seen the digression of these crowds?
Well, when yeah, this is gonna really date me, but when I was a kid, to see your favorite band on stage, because when I was in high school, the Coliseum in Madison, Wisconsin, we had bands pretty much every week. I saw, Black Sabbath, Cream, Deep Purple, you know, uh, uh, Pink Floyd, all these incredible bands, and that was, it was a big deal because you could see them. They were there. They were right in front of you. And then after MTV started, and all of a sudden, now you're seeing them in videos. And I always make a joke, now you see, rock stars on deodorant commercials. I mean, it's gotten to be such a mainstream thing. And a lot of the younger kids, they we used to go out and buy the album, right, or the 8-track tape. But everything's at your fingertips now. Everything's on the computer. And I think it is depersonalized it a lot, and kind of watered it down to, I think, hardcore fans, of course, are going to go out and see the band live. But it's changed so much. I mean, really, a lot. I mean, and now there's so many bands out there. I hate to say it, but I can't keep up with all the bands anymore. I used to know everybody.
And that isn't a shot at today's music. There's a lot of good music. And
Hmm.
music is always rotating. So, like for the last 15, 18 years, it's really shifted over to hip hop and
Hmm.
EDM music, and
Right.
I actually quite enjoy that. I
Mm,
very much enjoy that. I mean, I can say to you 10 years ago, I would never go see somebody like Snoop Dogg or Eminem in concert, or even Kanye West or somebody like that.
mhm.
Today, I'm interested in seeing them.
Oh,
You know,
sure.
I'm not as familiar with their music, but
Mhm.
I'm interested in seeing them to say, "Hey, I saw those guys," or "I
Yeah,
saw that guy live." You
yeah.
know, whereas back in the day, I think you make complete sense regarding that, because there was no real internet
Mm-mm.
at the time. The only chance you got was to go and get the tickets. But
Right.
I think a lot of people don't realize, and please correct me if I'm wrong, as we got about 3 minutes to go here before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. Back then, the way the music contracts were set up,
Mhm.
they got paid a lot of money on albums.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
had a good contract, you got paid a lot of money on the albums. Today, when you're downloading a song for 99 cents,
Mhm.
it takes a lot of night, and Apple or Google Play take, I think, 80 cents of that before the band sees any. It's a
Yeah.
crapshoot where now you have to make your money on tour.
Right,
So
and yeah.
instead of charging that 50 or $60 a ticket, now you're charging 100, 125. Front
Mhm.
row center now is like 3 grand or more. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
you
It's
can't blame them though.
I love the fact that, and I can't say that they'll do this when they finally go out on tour again, but AC/DC has always kept their ticket prices around $100 a piece because they remember what it was like not to be able to scrape up $100. And that they could charge anything and probably still sell out. But they have been one band that is, that I'm very proud of, to say that they remember what it was like not to have that kind of money. So I love that about them.
Brings you to that old quote of Kurt Cobain while he was still with us, where he had heard that a Madonna ticket was like $80, and Nirvana was the biggest band in the world at that time, charging $25 a ticket. And he couldn't believe that any band or any musician would charge $80 for a ticket to see them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I haven't seen Paul McCartney in years because I'm not paying $300 for a ticket. I've seen him a few times and he's wonderful in concert, but $300 for a ticket or even more, that I just can't, I can't see doing that.
No, no, I could for Guns N' Roses. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm that much of an addict. $300, what the hell? Let's just do it.
Yeah.
500, sure.
Oof.
1,000. Oh, yeah, I'm going. I'm going. You know, but but there are people out there like my business partner in SOR. He has seen Iron Maiden 157 times.
Oh, wow.
157 times. And when they go on tour, he announces to all his friends he's going on tour.
Yes. Yeah.
And you know, it's so funny because the bar he owns in Vancouver called the Moose, one of our sponsors, he the last time Iron Maiden was in Vancouver was 2 nights after the show, and he walks into the bar, and I forget the gentleman's name, and I apologize, but here's the lead guitarist for Iron Maiden sitting at the bar.
Oh,
And
no.
so my business partner walks up to him and says, "What the hell are you doing here?" And the guy literally said to him, he goes, "Everybody on Iron Maiden knows about your bar." He goes, "I just haven't made it here yet." He goes, "So I had to check it out for myself."
Aw.
Right? And that's just the way it is. But Lemmy Kilmister used to go into his bar all the time when Motorhead was touring in Vancouver. And the one thing I love about his bar, you never know who's going to be in there on a nightly basis. It's a beautiful thing. Susan, I know I've done a lot of talking here the last couple minutes, but I'm going to get you to hold on right there. We are going to get into more paranormal stories with you when we return from the break. Susan Masino is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. You can find all of her books online at Amazon. And if you love rock and roll, love AC/DC, her books are the one that you want. Plain and simple. She's one of my favorite guests. So glad that she's here tonight. Susan Masino, paranormal and rock and roll, all night long on Spaced Out Radio. And we're clear. That was fun.
Yeah, it was.
Don't forget our YouTube audience can hear us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who's
Yeah.
listening?
Is there anybody out there? Why
Spooky.
not? Totally. You know what's weird about that? That is there anybody out there? When I was having a lot of ET contact,
Mm.
I would know they were coming because a day, anywhere from a few days to a day before, I would hear in my head, "Is there anybody out there?"
Oh, that's so cool. I love stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, that was kind of cool when that would happen.
Yeah. No, I've got plenty of UFO stuff too. I definitely yeah, I've had experiences.
I still think that you need to write a book about rock and roll paranormal stories. I
Right.
really, really do believe you need to do that. And I am putting all my energy into convincing you that that's the book you need to write.
Well, actually, I'm working on my life stories right now, and I'm writing it in short story form because, as you said, I've got a million stories, and I'm probably going to include those because that's part of the journey completely. It's been a crazy ride.
Mhm. Oh, there are so many stories out there about bands. There's a guy named Steve. Oh, he's been a guest on this show. What is his last name? Canadian guy. He was in a small band in Eastern Canada, out of Toronto back in the 70s and 80s. And his band, they were driving in a van to their next gig and they actually got abducted.
Whoa!
Yeah,
And they all remembered it.
he's got a book on it. Yeah.
Ugh, that's awesome. I just saw a comment in here, saying that while he was in college, yeah, that ACDC stopped to get gas. The guy that you met was probably Barry Taylor, who was a roadie when I first met the band, and he ended up he's still a friend of mine. So he actually was but he can't hear me, can he? The guy that
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. I'm talking to JG here. Yeah, that was probably Barry Taylor. That's what he looked like, and he was on the road all the time with them.
Wow. Wow, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That is actually a very, very cool.
Yeah, they put on so many miles. He told me the first 2 times or 3 times that they came to the US altogether, that they figured they put on something like 40,000 miles driving just in the US.
And now that most bands don't even take the whatchamacallit anymore. A bus. I
Mhm.
I I remember, living in Abbotsford, British Columbia, where I grew up. It was like 10 miles from the border. And every summer, you would see, the big tour buses come on by on the highway. I
Oh, yeah.
whether they were rock and roll, whether they were country. This is when bands used to put their logos and names all
Mhm.
over their motorhomes. Now it's because of security. Very few of them actually do that anymore.
Mhm.
But it was cool living there because you never knew who all of a sudden you were gonna, pass on the highway or whatever. And all of a sudden, if it was like Def Leppard or somebody like that, you would be like, out your window. It was just great. You
Yeah.
know, kids today will never get that.
Oh, I
Them
know.
kids today, they'll never get that.
Well, when I first met AC/DC, they were literally riding around in a station wagon with 3 roadies that had like I want to say a 26-foot rider truck.
Yeah,
So, they were and staying in Motel 6s.
yeah.
So things
Uh,
changed a lot.
I want to say a big thank you to Smithy and Crazy Smith for the awesome super chats. It's a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. Thank you to all the veterans who are tuning us in. Remember, this weekend, Friday, there will be no show, as Lynn Wallington and myself will be in San Francisco for UFO Con 2022, where we will be speaking. So if you're in the Bay Area or surrounding, you want to come hang out with us in San Fran, go to UFOCon2022.com and get tickets. And we're going to get going here right now. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight. Paranormal and rock and roll. We're going to get ghostly tonight with author Susan Masino. You can find all of her books on Amazon, some bookstores as well, because she is just that awesome. And you know what? When you want to hear the combination between the two, Susan's the one to chat with. Susan, welcome back.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here. Thank you for listening, everybody in the chat room.
All right. I want to get right to it here regarding our experiences that you have had that you can share with our audience. And not only have you dealt with paranormal, you've dealt with some UFO stuff as well. What have you seen?
Oh, my goodness. Well, I think that back in the 1980s that I had some abduction experiences that were, oh God, this I don't usually talk about this and I haven't written about it, but I had a lot of crazy dreams while this was going on. And I dreamed one night I was literally on a ship that was, it was very cedar colored on the inside, like a glow to it, if you will. And I was walking around, like it was okay to be there. And there were some beings that were taller than me, but they were with cloaks. I couldn't really see their faces, but they didn't seem to mind that I was snooping around, basically. And this was in a dream state. But this was during a lot of what I felt was abduction experiences at the time. And so I was on the ship in the dream, and I'm walking down this hallway. I guess it's hard to describe, if a UFO has a hallway or not. But I opened the door. There's a door that I opened, and my daughter. Now I don't know how I knew this information, but it just was there. Not somebody. No one came up and said something like, "Oh, this is what's going on." I just opened the door, and my daughter was laying on a table. And they were projecting her memories on a screen behind her and collecting them. So I felt like, oh my goodness, I had interrupted. So I respectfully closed the door, and I walked a little further, and there was another door. I opened that door, and my dad was laying on a table, and they were doing the same thing to him. They were projecting his memories onto a screen behind him or the wall behind him and collecting them. So I shut that door, it respectfully. I didn't mean to interrupt. That was kind of the feeling that I had. So then I walked into more of what a UFO would look like on the inside, a round room. And you know how, like in the 70s, they always had like the sunken living room type thing where you walk down a few steps, and there's seating and all that. Well, I stepped down a couple stairs and was walking, and this like wooden ball hit me in the ankle really hard, like a croquet ball kind of thing. And I remember kicking it in the dream. I kicked it away thinking, well, that hurt. And then I noticed I got down on my hands and knees, and underneath the seating area, I guess, were all these people that looked like us, only they were like the size of Barbie dolls. And there was a lot of them. And I realized that I had walked into the middle of a game. So what I did was I grabbed the ball, I put it back into the middle of the field, if you will, and apologized, and then went and sat in the window and looked out the window, and that was the end of the dream. So that was one of them.
Well, fun times for them, allowing you not to play. Gee
Yeah,
whiz.
I was
Who
too
does
big.
that?
I was too big.
Who does that? That's not very fair.
No,
Very
it
fair
was
at all.
crazy. Yeah. So they were playing a game, and recently I've had a lot of dreams like that. But there's a dream that I had about maybe 6 weeks ago that really freaked me out because it was really freaky. A lot of my dreams are more visions than dreams, so they're
Yeah.
very visual. I can see, it's kind of like I'm watching myself, if you will. So I'm standing on this country road. There's tree line to the left and the right of me, and it's a sunny day outside. And all of a sudden, these ships are landing, and they are massive, massive UFOs. They all look the same, and they were landing next to each other. And people were running for their lives, freaking out, screaming, and I'm in awe. I'm just watching this, and they were so big that they blocked out the sky, so it was almost dark outside once they landed. And then you gotta hand it to my dreams. They're crazy because I'm standing there and I'm telling everybody that's running past me, I'm saying, just go home. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And yeah, I'm thinking, no, it's not going to be fine. But I'm trying to calm people down. And the UFOs then let out a creature that looked like a dinosaur guard dog, kind of as big as a skyscraper and looking like metal, made of metal. And one each came out of each ship and sat in front of the ship like a guard dog, I guess. It would be a guard dinosaur, creature. And so I went home in the dream, and I literally had a peaceful, acceptance that we were all going to die, obviously, because they had landed. And for some reason, I knew that they had landed all the way around the planet. Like they encircled the entire planet. They all landed in the same moment. And people were completely freaking out, and I'm thinking, well, this is it. What are we going to do about that? And about 2-3 days go by, and then they vanished. They never interacted with us, but the ships and the creatures vanished just as quickly as they appeared. So
Interesting.
yeah.
Were you always big into ETs?
Oh yeah, yeah. I've always believed in that. How can we not believe that, or how can we believe that we're the only intelligent beings in the universe or universes? That's impossible. And I think they built the pyramids. So,
Well,
it's
you know what? That's one way to put it. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. We have no idea
yeah.
whether they did or not. But history does have a remarkable way of covering up itself. Now, one of the things I want to ask you is the fact that you get very vivid dreams. Are you able to tell the difference between what is a dream and what is an experience?
Pretty much, yes, because you know how dreams are. I mean, they're, some of it's clear, some of it's kind of blurry or mixed together kind of thing. And then I'll have dreams where it's like a movie, just like when I saw the UFOs land. that was like being, in a movie. It was so realistic. And actually, I experienced, which I guess, I've heard thousands of people experience this. 2 nights before 9/11, I was on the radio on Sunday night. So it was a Sunday night. I got off at midnight, came home, went to bed probably at 3 or 4 in the morning. And I had this vivid dream. And I used to live in New York, so I'm familiar with New York City. And I had this vivid dream that I was in Lower Manhattan. It was a bright, sunny morning, blue sky, and this plane went right over the top of my head. And people were running, just screaming and running. And I saw the plane go over me, and I looked up and I thought, why are they flying so low? And then I thought to myself, maybe it's not a plane, it's a UFO, and that's why people are running. And this is kind of creepy. There were 2 blue circles on the back of this airplane as it went over the top of my head. And I looked into it later that American Airlines, that used to be their logo, was
Right.
2 blue circles. So I saw 9/11 less than 48 hours before it happened.
Wow. That's just intense.
Yeah, it
Just
was.
intense.
hmm Yeah,
For
I've heard a lot
you,
of people did.
yeah, I've heard that too. One of the creepy stories about 9/11, and I'm still not sure whether or not, because it's still, I mean, let's face it, it's still extremely fresh 25 years later
Mhm.
in all of our minds. And that's the reality of it. But there was a documentary put out, oh goodness, I'm going to say 10 years ago now, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, about children who have been reincarnated from the 9/11 victims.
Yes.
And some of the stories, it's about I only saw like an 18-minute version of this. It's on YouTube. You
hmm
can check it out on YouTube. But that absolutely freaked me out when the parents are telling stories about how their young child, 2, 3 years old, is screaming at them because they feel the building collapsing all around them.
hmm
And a couple of the children even gave names of who they were, or the floor that they were on, or the airplane that they were on. I
Yeah.
mean, that is just, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it
It
is.
it
It's.
it really is.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories about that. So, it shows you that, we come back around, even though, I'm tired of it. Like, it's like I'm waiting to be beamed up, and I'm afraid they're going to land and go, no, 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 you agreed to be here. Sorry, you can't get on.
Oh, I wanna ask you, how are you a big reincarnation person?
Oh God, yes. Big time.
Do you remember your previous lives? Like, what were you last life? Can you remember?
Yeah, I don't usually talk about this either, but when I was in grade school, I didn't even know. I knew I had been here before, but I didn't know what reincarnation was. I was in grade school. But
Right.
I remember telling my friends one day, I don't know, why I brought this up, but I said, well, I was a comedy actress back in the 1930s. I died in a plane crash. And, of course they thought I was insane for, I mean, how does a 9-year-old process that, right? And then actually when I got into my early 20s is when I really started to realize more of my psychic abilities. And I had a lot of dreams and connections to the actress Carol Lombard, who was a comedy actress in the 1930s that died in a plane crash.
Oh, wow.
Maybe I just worked for her. I don't know. I can't say I was her for sure, but I've had so much. I didn't even know who this was. I didn't know who I was looking for, but I started going to the library, before we, could really go on the internet and find whatever you wanted. And I started reading about her, and the similarities were, astounding as far as her mindset, her sense of humor, her swearing. She swore like a sailor, and so yeah. Also, and my son doesn't like to talk about this, but I'm going to bring it up because you can find it on YouTube. But my son had a 2-year experience between the ages of 4 and 6 that he lived at, or he was on the Titanic and died on the Titanic. And we ended up being in a TV show called Ghost Within My Child.
Right.
And yeah, and now it's on you can find it on YouTube.
My friend's daughter, and her daughter ended up going to kindergarten with my daughter. She was the same way about the Titanic.
Really?
And from the time she was 2, uh, she was telling her parents about being on this ship called Titanic,
Hmm.
and they had never introduced her. Like, they're not that type of people.
Yeah.
You know, they'd never introduced her to Titanic. They didn't have cable. They had a television to watch movies, but they never had cable or anything like that because they felt TV was a waste of time. There's no way at 2, 3 years old that she should have known about what it was like on the Titanic.
Oh yeah.
And, now that she's a 22, 23-year-old young lady, it is, it's a little bit different now, but I mean, up until, her preteens, she'd have a birthday theme every year, and every couple of years it would be about Titanic, the birthday theme.
It's amazing that once my son's story came out, and this, it was aired in 2013. There's so many of people that have contacted us and said my child had that too. So many people that I've met along the way that their son or daughter had memories of being on the Titanic and being fascinated with it as a child. So
Yeah.
it was crazy. I mean, we went through luckily 2 years. He had night terrors, and he's an artist now. And he when he's became obsessed with it, he started drawing pictures. I think the first 2 weeks he drew like 50 pictures of the Titanic, and not by looking at a picture of it, drawing it from memory, watercolor paintings. One that just blows my mind is he did a pencil drawing of if you took the ship and cut it lengthwise, and he had every deck, every stairway, every room, every light fixture. It was insane. So I think the kid was definitely, unfortunately, on the Titanic.
Yeah, that's exactly like my friend's daughter,
Hmm.
where, I remember when I went to Las Vegas for my pre-divorce party with my buddies, I decided to take the Titanic exhibit at the Luxor. And here I am walking through Luxor, and I promised her I would get her something from it,
Hmm.
right? And lo and behold, at the end, like the tour is actually it's a bunch of artifacts that were found from it, but I mean, it's very emotional. Like, it's a very heavy, heavy tour. And so we walk through it, and there's this giant piece that they've actually brought up from the
Hmm.
side of the boat, and they show you what side of the boat that it's from, um, and then they have a piece of the original. I think it was the original. I may be wrong on this, but a piece of the original iceberg that hit it. Now, that's probably far fetched. Maybe I read that wrong. Probably did. Okay, but so I'm going through, and you get to the end, and there's this gentleman sitting there, and he happens to be a Titanic historian, whom my friend's daughter knew his name, the
Oh,
author. Yeah.
whoa.
So I ended up getting her an autographed book from him
Oh,
outside the exhibit. It was like $50, but I didn't care, you know?
that's
So when I
amazing.
yeah. So that was kinda cool. But this
Yeah.
whole reincarnation thing, it trips me out a little bit. It trips me out.
Yeah,
I had a psychic reading once that and 2 different psychics told me the same story. I have no recollection, nothing. But the reason why I didn't make it as a fighter pilot in this lifetime was because I was a fighter pilot in World War II. I was flying for Great Britain. I got shot down by the Germans.
Whoa.
Coincidentally, we later pieced it together that my former weekend host, my first ever weekend host of this show this back in our Blog Talk radio days, was the pilot of the plane that shot me down.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
And I actually got shot down twice. The first time I survived, I parachuted out.
Whoa.
And while I was in hospital recovering, my ex-wife was my nurse.
Oh my God.
And then the second time I bit the big one. Yeah.
Wow. And have you ever had any like dreams or anything about it?
Nothing. Pardon me, 3 different psychics.
Wow.
3 different.
That's so cool. Cool and not so cool that you died that way. But actually, where I saw a full body apparition was at the Titanic exhibit that we went to in Chicago.
Right.
And, it was in the year 2000. They had it at the Museum of Natural History and Science Museum. And again, they had the whole thing. They had a piece of the ship. And they had so many artifacts, and they had one of the boilers from, the boiler room. And my son was really obsessed about the guys in the boiler room, that they died first. He used to cry over that and say, it shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened, because the doors came down automatically and trapped them in. So they, obviously were the first to die. And he used to, talk about that so much. And so when 2 years later, and it was my daughter, I've taken some flack online about, oh, great mom, 2 years of night terrors and you take the kid to the exhibit. But my daughter's a psychologist, and she actually suggested that we do this because it actually brought closure to him. And he came out of all this, the obsession. But we get to a boiler that they had brought up from the floor of the ocean, and it had a light on it, it had curtains, and it had mirrors on either side. So, it looked like a whole line of boilers. And so I looked to the right, I looked to the left, and I see a full figure oil painting of a guy shoveling coal into a boiler. And he's got the high neck collar and the suspenders, and he had a cap like Brian Johnson wears, the newsboy cap. And I remember looking over at it and thinking, boy, they really went out to do this. I mean, that's, to pay tribute to, the men that were in the boiler room. And I thought that was really wonderful that they did that. And we were with, a crowd of people, as you know, and as you kind of move closer to things. And so we went past the boiler and was going past the mirrors on the left side where I saw this painting. In my head, it was a painting. I got up close enough to it to look up at him, and he turned and looked at me. And when he turned and looked at me, of course, I shut my eyes like, oh no, paintings don't move. And I closed my eyes for a second, opened my eyes, and I'm looking in the mirror, and there is no man and there's no oil painting.
No.
There's just mirrors.
Oh, there's nothing creepy about that.
No, and my daughter saw it too.
No.
I was not the only one.
Ooh.
Her and she leaned over because we both, when a painting looks, I don't know. She said that she saw a guy standing where there was no room to stand.
Right.
So,
right. Susan, I'm going to let you hold on to that. Our audience in suspense right there. We'll come back to that after our break. Reincarnation, dreams, how true are they? Paranormal stories and audience questions coming up in hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Susan Masino is our guest. You can find her at susanmasino.com, where her books are located as well. Yeah, rock star extraordinaire Susan Masino returns right after this. Wow.
Isn't that
Oh,
crazy?
that gave me goosebumps. Don't say any more until we get back to the show
Yeah,
here.
I won't. Do I have time to take a quick break?
Yeah, I'm going to take a quick break too.
Okay.
Audience, stay here. There's 121 of you. We'll be right back. We're just on commercial break.
Okay.
All right. Sorry about that. Hi, Doug. Hold on. Come here. Good boy.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's sneaking in here. He's sniffing around for food. I swear there's food in here. I had peanut butter and celery earlier, so that's what he's smelling. Let's see. Anybody arrive while we were gone? Almenial, how are you? Welcome. Anybody else? Oob to Joe's Bane, you've got aliens. I think that's about it. Simon Wales is Dogface Boy now. He changed his name. This is so much fun, Susan. Thank you for doing this tonight.
Oh, thank you. I love talking about this stuff.
I know you do. I
do.
know. You're amazing that way.
Yeah, well, I get a lot of, she's crazy. Kind of used to that.
We should say hello to G-Pal Cruz, who's listening in on Spreaker right now. Welcome to the show. Hope you're enjoying. And if you're wondering, we don't get a lot of chatters in Spreaker, but all our main chatters are over on our YouTube channel, just so you know. But if you could, hit subscribe on Spreaker. That would be awesome, if you could. Because we are here 7 days a week. Yes, we are. Alex Christoph, how you doing? Otherwise known as Brazelhoff. Yep, there we go. Dave didn't step on Doug. Stop it. Thank you to Crazy Smith and Smithy for the awesome super chats. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. No, I did not put raisins on my celery and peanut butter. I'm not that rebellious. Here we go.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate you tuning us on in wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do us the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club, Tanquum. Tanquum is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with author Susan Masino. She's one of my favorite guests of all time because we get to talk rock and roll. We get to talk about anything paranormal. Her website is susanmasino.com. All of her books are on there. You can go check them on out. They're online as well. Susan, always a pleasure to have you here.
Oh, thanks, Dave. I'm having a blast, and thanks to everybody in the chat room. Thank you for people that said hello and said that I was doing a good job. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we love you around here. We do. Right before the break, we were talking about reincarnation with your son and the Titanic, and you were just completing a story there right before we had to go to break. I was wondering if you'd like to finish that or you want to move on.
Well, yeah, I guess, we can, I was going to finish it up with, saying that, I saw the full body apparition and a lot of people do at the exhibits. Ghost adventures, lots of people have done investigations, and a lot of the people that work in these exhibits are used to seeing that. So I did see a guy that, vanished in front of my eyes. And then my son had been having night terrors for 2 years. And he would, go to bed. Within an hour, he'd wake up. He'd be panicked. He'd come running out of his room. We had to make sure that he didn't fall down the stairs because he was running. He would run around the house like trying to get out, like looking for a way out. And so 2 years of this, we took him to the exhibit. And he was 6 years old at the time. And most of the kids at the exhibit are being kids, they're running around and, not really paying attention to anything. Well, my son had to look at every single item for minutes, so it took us a while to get through the whole thing. But about a week or two after we were there, he had a horrible night terror that was the turning point, because after this happened, he slowly stopped talking about the Titanic. But one night he was in bed and I heard this something hitting his wall, in a rhythmic, boom, 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 boom. And, I got up and I went into his room, and he was up on all fours. He was shaking so violently that the bed was hitting the wall, and he was staring at the floor. And and the doctor told us, his doctor advised us to not shake him out of it, to let him kind of go through it, soothe him out of it, but don't abruptly shake him out of it. So I'm standing there, and I have no idea why he's like almost convulsing. He's shaking so violently. And just as I go to walk toward him, this voice comes out of him that was not a little kid's voice. It was a man's voice. And the man screamed, "She's going down." And he,
Oh my.
yeah, stayed fixated on staring at the floor. And I realized, oh my God, he's experiencing the sinking of the ship. And I finally, got to him, calmed him down, got him back to bed. He had sweat through his pajamas, I had to change his pajamas, and he went back to bed. And the next day, I brought it up to him, because we would talk about that stuff with him. And because I didn't want to suppress it, I didn't want him to feel like he couldn't talk about it or be embarrassed about it. And I said, you scared Mama last night so badly. I didn't know if I should call the ambulance. I mean, you were shaking so violently. And, he always had such a cute little dry humor attitude. And he just looked at me and he goes, "Well, Mama, the water was freezing, right?" And then he just walked away. Yeah, you're right. The water was freezing, and that would explain you shaking like that. But slowly after that dream, he stopped. It'd be a couple days. He'd talk about it. It'd be a week. Then a couple of weeks, he just slowly stopped talking about it. So, yeah, I believe in reincarnation.
Wow, no kidding. How can you not after that
Yeah.
experience it? But as a parent going through that, knowing that you have no control over helping your child through this, how did how did you cope as a parent watching your child have these night terrors where you can't do anything to help them?
Oh, it was heartbreaking. I mean, I would cry with him a lot because he was so heartbroken. He used to sob over the men in the boiler room specifically. He used to talk about how there were mistakes made. They were in a hurry to finish the construction of the ship. So he was very fixated on the actual building of the ship and the fact that it shouldn't have sank like it did. To one point, he one day when I knew that we weren't dealing with just an active imagination, is he came home with another picture of the Titanic, of course, and he had smoke coming out of 3 out of the 4 smokestacks. And I remember asking him, I said, what is this, sweetie? I said, there's no smoke coming out of this one. Did you not get time to finish it? And again, he looked at me, like I should know better. And he said, "Mama, that's a dummy stack. They didn't use it." What? It's what? And he goes, "They did it for show. They didn't use it. It's a dummy stack." Well, years later, of course, that is true. There was the last smokestack was just put there for show. It was not used. So, and I wanted him to be able, since it was coming out so much, I wanted him to be able to experience it and get it out, and not like tell him, it's just your imagination, or, you don't talk about that, because people get very uncomfortable, of course, and they don't want their kids, who wants to know that their kid, died on the Titanic? It's a horrible, horrible thing. But we made it through 2 years of it. And now, and he's an incredible artist now, and he's a 3D animator and a visual developer. So his artwork has lived on.
Well, that's good. At what point in time did your son start to come to grasps with what had happened and really calm down about the situation?
I think after he saw the exhibit, that was a very big turning point of him to actually maybe see that it was being honored. And I think that kind of brought some peace to him. And then it brought up, the worst nightmare, night terror that he had. But then he was able to let it go. So, that was, oh my God, such a relief. I mean, we really thought after 2 years that how long is this going to go on? Are we going to go through this for his whole childhood? But when he was older, they interviewed him when he was, I believe, 19 at the time. And he doesn't have a lot of memory of it, even though we have a ton of pictures, a ton of drawings that he made at the time. But he said in the interview, he said he remembers the Titanic being as familiar as his house was. So he literally knew the inside of the Titanic, not just a picture of it.
Nicola is asking, do you think your son was a worker there in one of those boiler rooms?
I think it's possible. I think that there's two theories. One was that he could have been a worker. Another one is that he could have been, and I know another man has claimed to be this person, so I don't want to disparage him in any way. But when we did the TV show, they seemed to think, the producers who were, filming, seemed to think that he might have been Thomas Andrews, who designed the ship. And he designed all the White Star Line ships, and then it was his custom to go out on the maiden voyage every time. So he was on the ship. But in the movie, even in the Titanic, he turns down getting on a lifeboat. And at the time, Thomas Andrews was married with a daughter, and he gave up his place because because of who he was, they were going to let him get on a lifeboat, and he refused to. And so it's very sad to think about it. But what's really crazy, and this didn't make it into the TV show, they didn't have enough time for it. But they went online and found a blueprint of the Titanic. And they brought it to the house where they wanted me to pretend that I, had gotten it for my son as a gift. And they wanted, we spread it out on the table, and they're filming. And we, laid it out. I'd never seen it before. He had never, I don't think he'd ever seen it before, at least in this lifetime. And the camera guy says to me, ask him about the dummy stack, the smokestack. And so I did. I said, he had not looked at this blueprint for more than 5 minutes or less. And I said, so where is the dummy stack? Where is the smokestack that they didn't use? It took him seconds to point it out on the blueprint where it was, and that there were no intake valves, to let the steam in and out. So that proves that, that was the dummy stack. And I remember the sound guy and the camera guy looked at each other and just went, what the? They were floored by that. So, he could have been Thomas Andrews, which is cool because he's a very successful 3D artist now.
That is just incredible. Just incredible. I mean, at points when you're watching your son go through this, how amazed are you as a parent and how accurate the words he's using are at such a young age? Because at the time, you weren't promoting this.
Oh, no, not at all.
You're trying to figure out the mystery. So what kind of detective work did you have to do?
Pretty much, I mean, it was just, he's the one that, became obsessed with the ship. And all he talked about, his main concern was how it was constructed. So he seemed to know things that, just like a passenger on the ship probably wouldn't know. So, and the way that he was drawing the ship, I mean, that kid, he drew on tablecloths, notebooks, art projects. One time I had to tape like 20 pieces of paper together across the living room floor so he could draw the Titanic as big as he possibly could. And this is between 4 and 6 years old. So by what he was fascinated with, I just kind of, figured, well, he knew something about the construction of the ship. And that what really, and of course, my husband didn't believe me at first. My daughter was very skeptical. And the turning point for her is when she came to visit on a holiday, and they had come out with a CD-ROM game of the Titanic, where you were on the ship, and they would, it was a mystery game. So they would say, okay, we want you to go up to deck C, port side, whatever, that sort of thing. And so I had my daughter play the game with him. And not 20 minutes later, she came running out of the room and grabbed me, and she goes, "He knows his way around the ship." And I said, "Yeah, I've been telling you that." And she was blown away, because he was like, "Don't go up that staircase. That's going to take you to the bridge. You need to go over to the starboard side and go up to deck C." And then, he was ordering her where to go to find these objects, because it's a mystery game, and he knew exactly where to go. So it just, it was very mind blowing at the time, and hard to watch.
How much did you put yourself into learning and researching about reincarnation because of this? Because, one of the things I haven't done as much research into it as I possibly could, but one of the things I have learned is tragedy seems to turn around the spirits very, very quickly, because they feel like they missed something and had to come back, even though they're trying to get back into the previous life. It just doesn't work that way. Have
Right.
you heard that too? And what did you learn about reincarnation as you went through this?
It just, it seems to be a very old belief, even though they edited it out of the Bible. It's not in the Bible. And it was amazing, when you talk about being a pilot in World War II, the very first show that they did, and there's so many kids that, have been through all these different experiences that they lived through in a past life. And the premiere show, and he's still, you can find him on the news. He was, probably around 2, 3, 4 years old. It's usually around 3 when they start, coming out with a lot of memories. But he remembered vividly being shot down in World War II. He knew the ship that he was on. He knew the plane that he flew. He knew where he was shot down at. It was, crazy stuff. So when you see other people, other kids coming out and having these not dreams, but visions and memories, it just, I guess I don't know why, but I've always believed in reincarnation, because when I, as I said before, when I was a little kid, for some reason I knew I had been here before, and I wasn't thrilled, to tell you the truth.
Right. Oh man. I just the whole reincarnation thing just kind of bugs me a little bit, because it really, if it is 100% true, and in your case it is, it really sheds a strange light on what happens in the afterlife. You being a psychic intuitive who has gone through this, communicated with spirits, what have spirits told you, or did you ever ask spirits about reincarnation?
I've never really asked in my connection, but I've had, like say Bon Scott. Okay. He has come to me in several dreams. And one night, this was when I was writing the Let There Be Rock book. And I was literally covering 32 years of history. And I was so, meticulous about it, that I had broken their history down a week at a time. It was grueling work. And even though I love them, but I had one night I completely lost it. I was like having a panic attack. I was hyperventilating, and I thought, I got to pull myself together here. I think I swear to God, I was writing about the year 1977 for months. I didn't think I'd ever ever get out of that period. And I went to sleep that night and I prayed to Bon. And I said to Bon, Bon, if you can help me in any way, please, please, I need something here. And again, a very vivid dream. He and I were in a cabin somewhere, and he was laughing at me. He was dancing around, and he was saying, "Oh, he's like, come on, Susie." He says, "It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine." So the book's going to be great. You're going to make some money. He said, "It's all fine." And he was, and he looked exactly as he did, when he passed. And in life, he was 9 years older than me. And so I said to him, I said, it's so sad, Bon, that you passed. I said, come on. I mean, 33, why? And he just laughed at me and he said, "Oh, come on, Susie, it was my time. It was my time." And okay, so I kind of accepted that. And then he said something to me like, when I get to be your age. And I looked at him and I said, "Wait a minute." I said, "You're older than me." And then he laughed again and he said, I'm still 33. And the next day I got up and, knock on wood, I have not had a major panic attack since that dream. So, and I don't know if Bon is reincarnated, I have no idea, but I know that I've seen him in dreams where he is so alive and, so vivid that it's kind of hard to believe that he's completely gone.
Still rocking on the other side, waiting for the bandmates. But
Yes.
He's got Malcolm now.
He's got Malcolm, yeah. And Charlie Watts. I mean, just think of the band he's got,
I often wonder, on Facebook, they'll often post, we got about 2 minutes to go here. On Facebook, they often post, they'll put up like 9 characters. Who would you love to see in concert again?
Yeah.
I would love to, see Bon Scott with AC/DC.
Oh yeah.
I would put that up there with seeing Jimi Hendrix.
Mm-hmm.
I would have loved to have seen Jimi Hendrix. I mean, just the stuff he did in 2.5 years.
I know.
He did 30 years of work in 2.5 years.
Yeah. Yeah. The same with Bon too, He had literally, when he passed, because of the bands that he was in, the Valentines and Fraternity, he was literally, by the time he passed away, he had been on the road for 13 years. So
right.
He was worn out. He really was.
Yeah. Man, has he come to you since?
He has. He comes to me. It's been a while, but he comes into my dreams. The last time I saw him, we were just hanging out, and it was weird because we were somewhere where people kept taking pictures of us, and I'm thinking, well, because he's Bon Scott. And someone just asked me the other day, do I have any pictures of Bon that no one's ever seen? And I worked for a paper where we had a photographer, and it was before cell phones and all that. So all the pictures that I could have taken, but didn't, because I didn't bring a camera. But then I think if I would have had a camera, it wouldn't have been the same. They wouldn't have acted as relaxed if, I just, I knew better. I knew that I'm just going to hang with these guys and be a friend and just kind of get a kick out of, what they do. But all the pictures I miss taking now, I wish I would have had a camera.
Yeah, no kidding. Susan, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we have the lovely and amazing Susan Masino here for another 30 minutes on Spaced Out Radio tonight. Rock and roll and paranormal. This is what I love about her, is she is just so electric when it comes to her storytelling experiences and what she has documented in her great books that you can find at SusanMasino.com. And I highly suggest that you add these to your library inventory. We will continue with Susan talking ghosts, rock and roll, your questions from the audience if you're in the chat rooms. Spaced Out Radio continues. We pass the halfway point right after this. All right, we're clear.
This is going very well.
Oh, so excellent. So excellent.
Yeah.
I'm having so much fun with you tonight. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having me. I've looked forward to this since you invited me on because I love talking to you. You're just so
I
easy
love
to.
talking to you too.
Yeah, you're easy to talk to.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you.
So I just saw a question here. Any stories about Phil Lynott or Lemmy? I can save that. I did meet Lemmy. So I did get to meet him and hang out with him for a little bit.
Oh, I would have loved to have met Lemmy.
Yeah. Yeah, it was on my bucket list.
The famous pose.
Yeah. I have a funny story about it. I'll save it because it was very, very cute of him. And he doesn't come across as cute.
No. But you know what? If anybody lived like a rock star, it was Lemmy. Like until the day he died. I mean, there were, like he abandoned his children and his children understood that that's the rock star thing to do. And they hated him for it, but they ended up loving him for it in the end, and just everything about it. The stories that because he was very open about his rock star lifestyle. I mean, how he would be at a bar, he would, call up his dealer, grab a big, Ziploc bag of cocaine, throw the cocaine all over the bed and have women up there snorting and having an orgy all night long. And Lemmy is not a good looking guy, but it just went with the rock and roll territory.
He was Lemmy though, It's like, oh my God.
But that's exactly it. I remember watching his funeral. They did it live on YouTube. And you can still go back there and watch it. It was incredible. But just the guys the musicians and everybody who went to speak with them, he was the most giving guy in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like he didn't it was about the music. Like he didn't care if he had $100 or the millions that he made.
Sure.
Yeah. It was about the music and playing in front of people and being as dirty and as rock star as you could.
Mm-hmm.
That was his life.
Yeah, he lived it well. He did.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you think about it. He played gigs up until 3 days before he died. 3 or 4 days before he died. Like it was time to rock. There was no time for anything else.
Yeah.
But apparently he was quite the stage presence was one thing, but like if you ran into him at the Rainbow or something like that, he always had time to take a picture with fans or to chat with fans, and not many rock stars are like that.
Yeah, he's amazing. He was, and that's what I love about AC/DC too, is that all the guys in the band are like that.
Yeah.
You just what's so funny is that I always used to tease them about the fact that they were wearing the same clothes, on the Ball Breaker tours when I met them in '77. They obviously saved a lot of money on wardrobe, except for Angus's suits.
Yeah, no kidding. God, I love those suits.
I know. He's so cute.
Oh, yeah. Has any of them, I mean, considering you're closest to AC/DC, has any of them ever just said, hey, this is for you, whether it's, something special?
Oh my goodness. Well, I have a guitar pick from Angus that he threw at me because they had opened with, they were on the road with Aerosmith, so they were working their way up the ladder. And I asked him in the dressing room that night afterwards, I was asking him about merchandise because they didn't have any. And I said, where's the t-shirts? Where's the guitar picks? I mean, what's going on? And he called us a name, the Americans. I don't want to say what, but he flicked his guitar pick at me, and he said, "Oh, like I'm gonna, spend a lot of money on something I throw away." Now this is a guy now that's embroidered on pajamas and socks and stuff. So but probably one of the nice. Oh, they've done a bunch of nice things for me, but when Let There Be Rock came out and they were on the Black Ice tour, they did sell it on their website for a while. So, and they've never done that with anybody, any other book. So that was super special to have that happen.
No way. That is great. Hold on. We've got about 5 seconds here. Hold on right there.
Okay.
We're past the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate it. Want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with Susan Masino. She is the author of a couple of great books. If you're a fan of AC/DC, it is called AC/DC FAQ, All That's Left to Know About the World's True Rock and Roll Band. That's on her website, by the way. She's got, let's see, books-wise, we got Let There Be Rock, and what's the other one here? Why am I missing it all of a sudden? Where'd it go? I had it right here. Susan, help me out here.
Oh, let's see. We've got Rock and Roll Fantasy.
That's the one.
Let There Be Rock, FAQ, Family Tradition, 3 Generations of Hank Williams. The Secrets of the Universe, my paranormal book, and Famous Wisconsin Musicians, where Les Paul wrote the foreword for me. So, we got 6.
What was it like meeting Les Paul?
Oh my gosh, so crazy because he was a Wisconsin boy, and I was asked by a small publisher. They were doing a series called Famous Wisconsin. And they asked me to write the book Famous Wisconsin Musicians. And at the time, I hate to be sarcastic, but at the time I thought, whoa, wow, what are there 4? I had no idea. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. Well, when you really look at the history of music, not only did we have Les Paul, but, Steve Miller, Liberace, Ben Sidran, just everybody, the guy in 3 Dog Night, one of the guys in REM, one of the guys in Talking Heads, just a ton of guys, a ton of musicians. So when I got to Les Paul, of course, I'm very methodical. So it was in the middle because I was going alphabetically. And I thought, how am I going to talk to Les Paul? I had no idea that I would be able to reach him in any way, right? So I go online and I find a website that was set up for him by a fan. And so I emailed this one website, said, I'm writing a book. I'd really like to get a hold of Mr. Paul. He sends me his manager's email, just like that. So I thought, okay, well, this is a good start. And I emailed his manager, and he was living in New Jersey and performing at the Iridium Jazz Club every Monday night. He did that right up until right before he passed away. And I got a hold of his manager, and I told him, what I wanted to do, and that I wanted to do an interview or 2 with Mr. Paul. And he gives me his phone number. And I said, well, do you want to set up an interview? And he says, nah, just call him after 4 p.m. He sleeps late. So, and he was in his 80s at the time. So when I literally, and I can't tell you how intimidating it is to call Les Paul on the phone. Okay.
Yeah.
I was a bit terrified. I get him on the phone, and he was like talking to a teenager. He remembered everything. He remembered dates, names, venues, stories, just amazing. And one thing led to another. I asked him to write a foreword for me. He was the only one out of all the people that I interviewed that I asked to write a foreword. And he said, he used to call me Doll. And he says, of course, Doll. He says, when do you need it? So he wrote the foreword for me. And then I went out to the Iridium Jazz Club. I went to New York. I saw him play. I saw him play, I think, 3 times, eventually 3 different times at that club. But that night I did a radio interview, the Joey Reynolds show at 4 a.m. And Les was back home in Jersey, and Les called in because he knew Joey also. But Les Paul he was amazing. One of the funniest things that he said on the phone to me, one of our first parts of the interview, we did 2 or 3 interviews. He said, I said, what was your first gig that you really, remember? And he said that it was like I want to say the Pabst Theater or something like that in Milwaukee. And he said, I was 13. And he said, and I had a kid playing piano for me, and it was a great gig. And he talked about it a little bit. He was 13 at the time. And he says, yeah, you might have heard of the piano player's name's Liberace. And after the phone call, I looked, brought out the calculator. Liberace was 9 and Les was 13, and they played a gig together. So Les was amazing about his memory. He remembered everything, anything that you ever wanted to talk to him about, no matter when it happened, he remembered all of it. It was really incredible.
What amazes me about Les Paul is he hated Gibson. He hated Gibson. Like, he made Gibson guitars.
Yes, he did.
with the Les Paul versions. And he hated what they did to his guitars.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
and yet, you look today, it is still the most famous, next to a Fender Stratocaster. It's the most famous guitar in the world. Every rock star has to have a Gibson Les Paul custom in their collection.
You got to have one. And the funniest thing is back in 2004, he was in Wisconsin, and the governor, had a big party and a dinner for him. And I was at the dinner that night, and everybody was there, Garbage, Butch Vig, all of them, Steve Miller, Ben Sidran, Clyde Stubblefield, Les Paul, they were all there. And it was really great because I got them to autograph my book. And there was a guy that had, oh my God, I can't think of the name, Rickenbacker. He had a Rickenbacker guitar that was lying on the table after the whole dinner, and they played, and they performed and everything. And Les Paul took out a Sharpie, and on the guitar head, he wrote over Rickenbacker, Les Paul.
Nice. Just total rock star to the end.
Yeah, he did. I couldn't believe he was going to do that, but I thought, he's Les Paul. He can do whatever he wants. And yeah, he did. He wrote right over Rickenbacker, Les Paul.
Wow. That is awesome. Yeah. One of the most famous and interesting musicians that you got to know was Lemmy Kilmister from Motorhead.
I got to meet him. I didn't really get to know him very well, but it was a memorable meeting because I saw him play. He played, his band played at the Headliners, the club in Madison. I think probably early 2000s. And I wanted to meet him, because he's Lemmy, for God's sake. And so a friend of mine, got me backstage, and it was a very small dressing room, very narrow, not a lot of room. And I'm standing like right next to him. And he's, he's drinking, he's smoking, he's just looking around, and he's right there. And he leans right in and shoves a pack of cigarettes into my face, and he goes, "You want to smoke?" And I just shook my head. I said, no, no, thank you. And then he grabbed his bottle of Jack Daniels. He shoved that in my face, and he goes, "You want a drink?" And I was like, "No, no, 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 thank you." And then he goes, "Oh, then what the hell do you want?" And then I said, "Can I have an autograph?" And then he burst out laughing. He got a big smile on his face, and he goes, "Of course you can have an autograph. What do you want me to sign?" And then, we hung out and talked for a while. So he wasn't as
Wow.
scary as I thought he was going to be.
Yeah. Every time, and I mentioned this in a commercial break to you, but for our listeners, my business partner in Spaced Out Radio owns a famous bar in Vancouver. And every time Motorhead came to Vancouver, Lemmy would go into the bar after the show. And, it was one of those things where he had his spot. And when Lemmy came into a bar, he chose his spot, and that's where it is. And he would pose for photographs and everything. There aren't a lot of rock stars like Lemmy Kilmister anymore because it's become so corporate, very business-like. Those who survived the drug years are promoting much more to the younger generations of musicians. Stay away from the drugs. I mean, pot is one thing, but the heavy stuff, the cocaine, the heroin, and everything along those lines. You know, are we at an end of an era for the legitimate rock star?
I'd like to say yes, but how many people do we still see die too young I mean, so many musicians have passed away, that still succumb to that kind of thing. And it's unfortunate, but it seems to be, it's kind of part of the thing. It's sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and drugs are part of it. But what I saw, like, coming up from the 70s into the 80s, when cocaine came into the picture as a party drug, if you will, people didn't know what it was. They didn't know it was that addicting. They didn't know that it, could eventually destroy their lives. It's sad. It's sad to see. Well, even Bon dying of drinking too much. And he was a little guy. He wasn't very big at all. And he died with, 7 double whiskeys in his stomach that night. So, but we still see it happen to this day, especially with a lot of the rap artists and stuff are still dying from overdoses. And it's a shame. It really is, because they're so talented. They have so much to give the world.
Very true. Very true on that. Yeah, a lot of musicians are very spiritual people, very depressed people, anxious, actually introverted, type people.
Mm.
Out of all the ones you've talked to, and I realize that you said off the beginning of the show that there are certain things like when you're there, you're doing business, you're doing music business, but you know, as an intuitive, did you ever look into a musician's eyes, no matter who it is, and just kind of look at them and just say, you know what, you've got some real spiritual stuff hanging out? Like, did you know what was going on? Could you read them that well at that time?
I think I definitely could with AC/DC, because I met them when they were no one knew them over here. And the funniest thing, but I really believe in, talk about reincarnation. The connection that I've had with them, I think, is a past life connection, because they always treated me, not that they didn't offer, especially Bon, to do other things that we did not do, but they basically treated me like a little sister. They teased me, they picked on me, and Bon especially. I mean, oh my gosh, it was just to hang out with him, and to watch him, especially to watch him play in a club and not a stadium, where you're right up in front of the band, and he's right there sweating on you. He was so amazing, and he, just looking at the way he wrote, he was always picking up things. He was very, I think he was very gifted that way, where he would, come up with a song out of almost anything that happened in front of him. So he had a gift, and they all did. I mean, Malcolm and Angus, just otherworldly, in a way of like, that they were born for that. And I guess I did pick up on that. And the first night that I met them, I literally, and this turned into a 40+ year joke now, that for some reason that night I saw them play. Okay. I did not know what they sounded like, had not a clue of what I was in for. I saw them, and this is August of '77. They were playing everything, Live Wire, Problem Child, a whole lot of Rosie, Dirty Deeds, the Jack. They had all those songs already. And I knew the night I saw them, I mean, the hair on my arms literally stood straight up. And I said to them at the end of the night when we were, just talking, and I don't even know why I chose this band. It just popped into my head. But I said, and, some people have given me, crap about this, about, what is she, psychic? Well, yeah, kind of am. I said that night, I told them, I said, it's going to take you guys a couple of years. I said, 2-3 years. It's going to take a while. But I said, someday you guys are going to be as big as the Rolling Stones. And that has turned into an ongoing joke now between us. But they are the only band in history to ever co-headline a show with the Rolling Stones. So
That's amazing.
yeah.
I mean, even when you see, and AC/DC took a lot of heat for this, with Axl Rose coming in to fill in for Brian Johnson, who is going through some hearing issues with tinnitus and other issues. I mean, you look at Axl Rose on stage when he is with them. He looked like a young man again, hanging out with his heroes. I mean, that's the power of the band.
Oh yeah, the kid in the candy store, and I have to laugh at this because of course I was there. I went and saw them in September of 2016 in Atlanta when they had had to postpone dates, and then they added Axl. So I went there, skeptical. I saw Bon, I saw Brian. You got Axl. I mean, Axl Rose. To me, sorry for all your Axl Rose fans, but I'm thinking, he doesn't deserve this. What's he doing on stage with my guys? So I went there with
anybody deserved it.
Yeah.
Anybody.
Well, I mean, I went there with a bit of an attitude, okay? But he did an amazing job. I was very impressed with him. But I caught something that most people would not even notice. But when they first came out on stage, Axl was doing a little bit of a dance backwards toward the drum riser. At the same moment, Angus is coming in his direction. And I'm thinking, oh my God, oh no. Because, that's a talent to not run into Angus on stage, okay? That it takes a talent. So I see this happening and I'm thinking, oh my God, no, don't. And Axl must have seen him out of the corner of his eye, because he took his heel and he did a 180 and went the other direction and missed Angus like by seconds. And I laughed to myself because I thought, yeah, it's not as easy as you thought it was going to be. But he did great. He sang one of my all-time favorites, is when If You Got Blood, if you want blood, you got it. They haven't done that for a long time live, and Axl did that song that night. I think I actually got tears in my eyes. I was so happy. So
every GNR concert that I've been to, they've always sang "Whole Lot of Rosie."
Aw, that's so cool.
Every GNR concert. I've only been to 7, but every time I've been to GNR, "Whole Lot of Rosie."
Yep. Yeah, he did really well. And again, he seemed, I could see that he felt humbled to be on stage with them. You could just kind of tell by his demeanor. And that night in Atlanta, I mean, everybody was there. Guns N' Roses were there, Seven Dust, the actors from Walking Dead. I mean, it was an insane night. So everybody was there to see it. And Axl, he brought it home. He did a great job.
It's because he's the second greatest ever, next to Freddie Mercury.
Oh, you got to throw Bon in there. I'm sorry. Bump him down.
I know you do. I know you do, but I can't do that. I can't do that.
I look at Bon's lyrics,
Look on my wall right here.
Yeah.
This is Axl Rose territory here.
Well, respect to Axel. He did a great job, and he did what they needed him to do. And AC/DC is famous for the fact that even if they have to postpone a show, which is very rare, they always make up those shows. They put it at the at the end of the tour or whatever, but they are very particular about like not disappointing the fans. So when, Axel got a lot of grief from like, "Oh my God, why is he taking over?" He came through. They needed him to finish the tour, and that's exactly what he did. So
Yeah. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. We only got 4 minutes left with you tonight. 4 minutes. It's flown on by.
I know. It's
What are you
fun.
working on? What are you working on now?
I've got two things actually. I was invited by the Library of Congress about a year ago to write an essay for their records, and I did one on Tutti Frutti by Little Richard. And I just got invited a few weeks ago to write one on Hank Williams Sr.'s Lovesick Blues. So I'll be writing another essay that will be in the Library of Congress, which is
Cool.
pretty cool. And I am working on my life stories. I'm writing them in short story form because, like, as you said, I got a million of them. So I'm getting them on paper finally, all of them.
I still think, and I believe my audience would agree with me on this, Susan, that when you're done these projects, please, for the love of God, write the Paranormal Rockstar book.
Yeah.
There are so
that's a
There are
great
so
idea.
many stories. I mean, I can guarantee you, our music man, Bumblefoot, he would definitely tell you his story about what happened in Plovdiv, where
Ooh.
he got shoved down on stage by a ghost.
Oh,
And
wow.
the ghost, yeah, they were playing Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd. And Bumblefoot has never fallen on stage. And previous to that, his guitar is set up so it never goes out of tune. And his top string kept going out of tune. And so he figured there was something on stage.
Sure.
And if you go back to our October 2019 Halloween show, he tells a story on this show. And he goes a little bit later, he was doing the solo for Comfortably Numb, and he felt like he was shoved. And he plays a heavy guitar. Like his guitar is 25 pounds, 30 pounds being a double neck guitar.
Yeah.
And he fell first time ever on stage. And he's like, "Well, I didn't really fall." He goes, I was shoved. Something shoved him. And then their keyboardist, Derek Sherinian, had his sunglasses sitting on top of his head, and something smacked his head out of the blue. Something smacked his head like just whap. And his sunglasses went falling into a crack that was on the stage, and they couldn't get him out.
I love stuff like that. I mean, he didn't get hurt, because you
No.
can be injured or hurt by something like that. But I think that's cool. I love that stuff.
But I mean, if you go into Aliens, there's Sammy Hagar, Billy Corgan.
Yep.
Robin
John
Williams.
Lennon. John Lennon saw a UFO.
Yep. I really believe that would be a power book for you.
Well, I appreciate that idea. I like it.
You need to write it. You need to write it. There's only one person who could write it, and that's you.
Oh,
Just saying.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
45 seconds left. Tell everybody where they can find your books and more information on you.
Okay. All my books are on Amazon under Susan Masino. You can go to my website, susanmasino.com. I'm on Twitter and Facebook. I'm trying to get the courage together to do live TikToks, so I can actually take people's questions and things like that. So I'm trying to get over my shyness of making my own video on TikTok. So, but I'm out there. I'm easy to find.
I know, and I can guarantee that you'll hear from Susan again on this show in the next few months, because that's what we do. Every few months, we bring her on just to hang out, talk some music. It's a paranormal. She's amazing that way. Susan, I love all your stories. And once again, thank you for being one of my most favorite guests on this show of all time. You're amazing.
Well, thank you so much, Dave, and I love your show, and I love talking to you. You're one of my favorite hosts on
Well,
on on the airwaves. So thank you so much.
thank you. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp. Another great story from Swamp Dweller. And John Hudson has the UFO report. All next. You're wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
I love you.
I had a great time. I love you too, and whenever you need me, I'm here. So
Well, I know. I promise you that it'll be again because I love hearing you. I want to get you on with Duke Sullivan. He's in our chat room as World Bigfoot Radio because he's a former rock and roll journalist too.
oh, cool.
You
Yeah.
guys, I would love to hear your stories. Combine them right there. Just hear them all. It would
Oh
be
yeah,
great.
we didn't even get into any Van Halen stuff tonight.
No, we next time.
Yeah. Yeah, cuz
Next time.
yeah, I've got a cool story about, Eddie haunting me the weekend that he passed away. He passed away on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
And yeah, I wrote about it, and it's up there to find. But they did a special room on the 7th floor of the Sheraton Hotel called the Roth Room, and
Right.
it's dedicated to the band. And I got to do a book signing there, and stayed there for 2 nights.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, yeah, and I think well, and they didn't call it the Van Halen room because they couldn't get clearance to use that. So
Yeah.
they called it the Roth Room, and I have a feeling that when Eddie was getting ready to leave, that he was haunting us that weekend.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah, he did a couple of things that were pretty funny, and I kept calling him Eddie because I didn't know he was that ill at the time, and Eddie Money had already passed, and I had partied with Eddie Money at the Sheraton years before, so I kept calling this person that kept doing stuff to us Eddie the whole weekend. So
Weird.
crazy
Weird.
stuff.
Much love, my dear. I got to
All
get
right.
going here. We'll talk
Okay.
to you. Okay.
Thank you. All
Take
right.
care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Isn't she awesome? Susan is amazing. Absolutely love her. She is just one of those guests that she brings it. Every time she's here, she just brings it. And not a lot of guests can do that. Not a lot of guests can just, you can fire a question or a comment at them, and they're just like, boom, they're right there. They're right there. That's why I love her. And she's so nice. So nice. We love her. Susan Masino, everybody, susanmasino.com. And we will have her on again, probably in a few months, and continue on from there. Yeah. God, I love her. It's amazing. We got a couple of minutes left. The fedora wearing John Hudson coming up soon. Did I send John the link? I don't know if I did or not. Oh, I did. Yes, I did. There it is. Want to make sure. Fun times, man. Fun times. Oh, that's the wrong one. Son of a gun. I'm glad I just caught that. Shoot. Let's go here. And then let's go here. Close. That goes there. Edit track. Whew, am I glad I caught this. There we go. That was a close one. Almost blew it. Morning, Chris Mo. How you doing? Yeah, World Bigfoot Radio, Super Duke. You and Susan would be a great show. Just saying. Just an FYI, Duke is wearing his famous pastel blue cape today. Pastel blue cape for Super Duke. Thank you, Alan. Glad you're here. What did Evan ask? I missed the first hour. Any good? Yeah, it was all right. Duked Out Radio. No, Duked Out Radio is tomorrow night. I like that. Duked Out Radio. Thank you to Crazy Smith and Smithy for the amazing super chats tonight. Very much appreciate the love and support of SOR. Reminder, there will be no show here on Friday. It's a rarity because Lynn Wallington and I will be making our way to San Francisco for UFO Con 2022. And here comes hour 3.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Tanquam. Tanquam is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again where we head into the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller has a great story for you tonight.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp.
All right, tonight we're going to steal one from Swamp Dweller from my channel, the other channel besides this. Me and Merle put together called Canada's Great Unknown. And this is something that we have a lot of fun with as we are building this channel. We'd love it if you all head over to YouTube, type in Canada's Great Unknown, and hit subscribe there. We'd greatly appreciate it. And here is tonight's story. When I was a child, I used to visit my grandparents' house in the Harrison Hot Springs area. It was a fun time had all around, as my grandparents would take me out to the lake fishing. It's a lake where I learned to water ski as well. And of course, going into my teenage years, I learned how to talk and pick up girls on the beaches. I didn't have the best childhood growing up. I was raised by my mom. I had no idea who my dad was, as I've never met him. And with my mom's troubles, I'd spend nearly every weekend with my grandparents, so that way I could get some normal semblance of life. I'm forever grateful to them for that. When my grandpa would take me out for ice cream in town, I would always ask him about these carvings of what I called monkeys as a kid. He always corrected me, telling me they were Sasquatch, a big, hairy creature that roamed around the forests of this area. Grandma and Grandpa annually would attend the local tourism event, Sasquatch Days, where the entire town would be turned into one big event for Bigfoot. It was awesome when I got to go to town with them. Grandma always used to tease me that one time when she baked an apple pie, a Sasquatch actually walked up to the kitchen window and took the pie and ate it. All she saw was the back end of this creature walking away from the house, eating her pie. I never believed that one, but with my grandma and her awesome sense of humor, I never could tell whether she was being serious or not. Grandpa, on the other hand, claimed to have had a sighting back in 1963, a couple of years after he and Grandma had moved to the area. He said one day he was mowing his lawn when he saw the dog going nuts. They had a black lab back then. The dog was barking and ran as fast as it could around the side of the house. When Grandpa went to see what was up, thinking it was a big old black bear that had been seen in the area recently, he saw his trusty dog barking at something on 2 feet. Grandpa yelled at what he thought was a bear standing on its hind legs to get on out of here. But when the thing turned to look at my grandpa, he said it was no bear. This thing, a Bigfoot, snorted back at him, then walked 50 or so feet into the forest and disappeared. This now brings us to today. A few years ago, after my grandmother passed, I ended up inheriting their house in Harrison. I was the only grandchild of my grandparents, and well, right before my grandpa passed away in 2009, he took me into his study where he told me that he and Grandma wanted me to have the house because it was one of the only places during my childhood where I had positive and good memories. So after Grandma passed in 2013, I took over the house, using it as a weekend getaway for my wife and our daughter. The house is situated on the east side of the lake. Without giving away my location too much, it's surrounded by forest, horseshoed in with my closest neighbor being about half a kilometer away. It wasn't any surprise to wake up to wild animals in the yard: bears, deer, raccoons, the odd mountain lion. It was a nice place to get away from our bustling lives in the lower mainland. It was a long weekend at the beginning of August for BC Day when we went up to the house for a weekend getaway. We got there on Thursday evening, and Friday I took my daughter and her friend out ATVing before getting home just in time for dinner. My wife, Jenny, was glad that we were home because our German shepherds, Chester and Lily, were going crazy outside during the afternoon. We both thought it was probably a bear roaming around, as the dogs usually went nuts when wildlife came onto their property. The dogs were inside with my wife, and we didn't think anything more of it. But that evening, we sat down at the kitchen table to play some games. We were playing Monopoly when we heard our two dogs start to growl, and they made their way to the back door before starting to bark again. I got up to go see what the dogs were barking at, and I could see that the sensor light on the garage was set off. I reminded my dogs it was just bears, then I went back to play games. My dogs were very well trained and behaved, so they went back and laid down on their beds. I went back to the table to continue kicking ass on my family at Monopoly. I passed the dice over to my daughter, but she was caught in a gaze, looking out the dining room window. "You okay, sweetie?" I asked. My daughter pointed at the window. Daddy? What's that?" I looked out the window, and there was this face looking back at us. It was this massive, bulbous, pointed head. The eyes had yellow glint to them. My wife looked and started to scream, which sent the dogs back into a frenzy. I immediately called the dogs to the door and sent them outside to chase whatever it was away. I heard them barking as they ran towards the forest. Then I heard yelping from both of them as I opened the door to go outside and see if I could find them. As soon as I took one step onto the porch, both my shepherds came running back inside. Whatever it was out there literally scared the crap out of two 110-pound dogs. We were all kinds of weirded out by the encounter, and curiosity had got the best of me, and I walked outside with a flashlight. Now, the window we were looking at was about 8 feet off the ground outside. This thing, or whatever it was looking at us, was halfway up the window, which would have made it easily 9 to 10 feet tall. I went back inside, stunned at what I'd just learned. The next day, it was nice and sunny out, and I took the dogs outside to do their morning business. I had wandered back to underneath the window where this thing was standing. I looked down and saw the impressions of two giant human-looking type feet. Now, I'm a size 12 shoe, and these prints made my feet look small. They had to be around 18 to 19 inches in length and at least 8 to 9 inches wide. I followed the tracks right into the forest. In between footsteps, it had to have been at least 6 feet. After looking at this, I'm pretty sure we had a Sasquatch running around. It didn't seem dangerous, more curious, but I hope it doesn't come back in our yard again. All right, thank you so much to Mr. Swamp Dweller for another great story, this time courtesy of Canada's Great Unknown. And you can subscribe to that by going to Canada's Great Unknown on YouTube. If you're in our chat room, we put the link in there. And don't forget to subscribe to Swamp Dweller. Literally, he has thousands of stories just like that and more. Go to Swamp Dweller Reads on YouTube and hit subscribe. It is that time once again where we get into a little UFO talk with the fedora-wearing John Hudson and the unbiased UFO report. All right, the fedora-wearing John Hudson, whom I will meet this weekend in San Francisco, California, hopefully, if he can hitchhike his way up the highway to get there. We would appreciate that. Hey, he's freshly shaven, no longer looking like a member of the Bee Gees. John, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic. Great night with Susan Masino. And you know what? You never go wrong with that. Never go wrong with that.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
There's a lot going on, man, in the UFO world. A lot of drama, a lot of news. You know, where are we even going with this, man?
It's the truth is that it will need a fair amount of hindsight to really get any kind of grasp as to what's actually going on right now. Because, basically what we're talking about is, there's kind of several meltdowns, going on. And when I use the term meltdown, if the image that came to your mind is a young child like melting down in the middle of a playground, that's probably somewhat appropriate. And so the question becomes, one is, are people all behaving and acting on all the available data, which is one thing we'll talk about. And then also, how much of this is just, to give you an example, just to put it in context, you have two different YouTube channels that felt that they had each, damaged the honor of each other, and they've essentially gone to battle. But the thing is that you could take the fact that they've gone to battle, you could take what they're going to battle over, and then you could also take what their methods of battle. And the problem is really it's the third. It's the method of battle. It's the fact that essentially we're seeing a tremendous amount of really, really, really childish behavior. But I do think that a fair amount of it is based on a misunderstanding. And I think that's very unfortunate, but I think that people are so wrapped up in what's going on that, and it's hard because I'm talking somewhat in abstracts because I want to be very careful, because I would have a hard time blaming any one person more than any other at this point. It's gotten pretty evenly like destructive at this point. But how else can I clarify what we're talking about, Dave?
Well, I think there's a couple of ways. I mean, right now, due to a lot of the drama that's going on, UFO Twitter is actually trending again tonight on Twitter. I mean, there's no reason for it. And the battle continues because, let's face it, this has become, and I hate to use the term war, but it's become a war of words between supporters of Lou Elizondo and his message and those who just want some questions answered and those who absolutely despise Elizondo and what he stands for.
Well,
And
yeah, but the one thing I'll add really quick is there is the question of is is what you mentioned about Elizondo, is there anything specific to that related to Elizondo, or are we just looking at once again a human behavior where people that love something tremendously and then become disenchanted with it usually become the biggest enemy available to that item?
well, I think the shiny new toy has some scuffs on it, right? In many people's eyes. Now, we talked the other night when you were on that you don't have a problem with him having any sort of sock puppet uh, type of profile out there that he could communicate without mentioning he's Lou Elizondo. I said I did not have a problem with it. Yet, a lot of a lot of online people are. This is a debate that continues.
However, yeah. However, and that's what I was going to say is that I've been engaged in a debate with a couple of different people, and two individuals who I absolutely adore, and what really kind of teased out of it is that once again there's this nuance to it in that there's the mechanical aspect of someone having more than one identity, okay, and then there is the kind of the verb version of this, which is like, what are they then doing with it, right? Because, for example, if someone is just using the accounts to talk about subjects they can't normally talk about, even these things where people are like, well, yeah, but they're using it to support themselves. And it's like, okay, but wait a second. If you have an account for your business and you have a personal account and you go like your own business, that's not a horrible deceptive thing. So the problem is that you have all these different ways of looking at it in both directions where it makes sense or it doesn't make sense. Now, where it becomes very challenging is that there was a further dialogue at some point where it seems to be that essentially that Elizondo was either speaking fondly of or not speaking out against some of his more devoted followers taking very aggressive actions on his part. Now, that's very different than him asking them to do so or for him to be encouraging them to do so. This is them acting on their own volition, sort of thing. But even if you're not the one bowling with your sock accounts, if there are other people bowling with your sock accounts and you're encouraging them, that's obviously very, very ugly behavior. There is unfortunately now a third slant to it, which we can't go into a lot of detail of, but just that there may be an investigation going on, in which case there may have been things done specifically as a baited honeypot sort of like counterintelligence type situation, and we won't know the details of that or even the reality of that if it is for a long time.
you said something very interesting. What kind of investigation?
Well, just the rumor that there's some investigation into this.
Well, you got to go into detail. That's what the Unbiased UFO Report is all about, dude. If you're hearing some cool stuff like that, we need to know about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's basically the idea that and you know, I want to be just very careful what I say, because I don't want to put anyone in a bad spot, but essentially, it appears, okay, there appears to be at least evidence worth exploring that there are groups of people who are very organized, who are really kind of taking organized action and really kind of acting as activists, very aggressive activists. And it's very questionable what their motives are, and some of their methods are very questionable. And so, and they've become questionable enough as to possibly have attracted the attention of lawyers. So there's real potential for you know, perhaps an investigation and some fallout.
Very interesting. We should also mention here a couple of noteworthy pieces. Congratulations to Linda Moulton Howe. She's 80 years old, and
nice.
she just
Happy birthday.
surpassed 200,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel, listening to a whole plethora of woo there on whenever she broadcasts. I'm not sure of her schedule, but Lou Elizondo was her guest earlier this evening as an anniversary or a party. They even popped champagne on her show. It was quite interesting. You could tell the Elizondo interview was recorded, and you could see her chat room going absolutely haywire with questions because, well, let's see. Linda was in a different outfit, you know, when she was interviewing Lou compared to the one she was wearing for her celebration. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
And we also have some sad news breaking this evening. I don't know if you saw this or not, but he's a legendary guy in the UFO and supernatural world. Jordan Maxwell has passed away. And back in January, Jordan had a pair of strokes that very much incapacitated him. We had him scheduled for Lynn Wallington's show on the weekend, a few weeks ago, and we couldn't get a hold of him, and we had to change guests there. But found out the news tonight that his health deteriorated over the last few weeks very, very quickly, and he had passed away. I mean, there was a man who was in the know. Like, he was a poor man. He wasn't wealthy, yet all of these wealthy people would come up to him, say, Jordan, tell me about the aliens, or Jordan, tell me about what's coming. You know, like, he would be invited to private one-on-one conversations with dignitaries and royalty all around the world, movie stars, musicians, even government officials, having private talks with him because he was just so in tune. And he always had this very famous story right at the beginning when this all started for him. When he moved west to California, he walked into a diner and met the waitress, and they kind of started speaking, and she invited him over to her parents' house for dinner. So after dinner, he walks in there, meets mom and dad. Dad asks, what do you know about UFOs and aliens? And he's like, like, what's this all about? And father of this girl takes him outside, and all of a sudden 3 UFOs come and hover right over top of the property. And that's when he figured out that they were actually an alien family. And he saw her for a few more weeks, and then all of a sudden the family just vanished. Gone, disappeared. Yeah. Family of aliens. Now there's a man who knows what is going on now. Him and Butch Witkowski are hanging out.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a heavy story. It's a very heavy story, but one that anybody, you could go on YouTube and check out any Jordan Maxwell video, and he tells that. But John, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. We are going to continue the unbiased UFO report with the fedora-wearing John Hudson. And, of course, coming up, we also have Shirky Poo's news. Stay tuned. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. All right, we're clear. Where do you want to go next, John?
Well, it kind of depends on what you want to do and where we think the audience will get the most out of it, because I think that there's a lot that can be said about the chosen methods of combat that are being employed, and we could have I think a very interesting discussion about alternatives to those methods that people might consider. And
you can do that.
And then certainly there was a lot of activity today over at the Black Vault that honestly you could do a whole show on each of those items, or cover them well in a short period of time. There's a lot to unpack, so we got lots of choices.
All right. Well, let's just run with it. You want to go back to the drama first?
Yeah. Because there's certainly a few things that I think would probably be good to say. So
sure.
Because man, has it gotten way, like even Fonzie would be like, "Wow, like my episode was nothing." Hello. Waylon Jennings. Oh. Like that's one of those songs, like there's that song, and then the song to Cheers, a couple of them that like I heard over and over again as a kid at the same time period for a long enough time that they just branded certain emotions into me. It's really crazy. But the theme song to the Dukes of Hazzard is definitely one of those things. Like that actually watching the opening scene, like the opening entering scene to Dukes of Hazzard on a TV, if I'm not careful, will actually put me to sleep.
Really?
Because I instantly, not when I was younger. I was into it. Now I get so relaxed when it comes on. As soon as I hear the music and I start to see the scenes, like I relax so much that then I find myself like dozing off for a nap. It's freaking hilarious.
You know what I'm looking forward to? I am looking forward to tomorrow being a brutally busy day.
Oh, that's good.
I got to wake up in the morning. I got to take my vehicle into the shop. I got to get all my stuff together, do some running around town, get my taxes in to my accountant. And what else do I need to do? I got to do a show tomorrow. Then, as soon as we are done that show, throw my suitcase in the back of my vehicle, drive for 5.5 hours to the airport.
Well, wait a second. 5.5 hours to get to the airport?
Yeah, 5.5 hours.
I'm sorry, I can't believe that. So basically, I can't live I can't live more than 30 minutes away from an airport. I like career-wise, I just can't. It would cost so much money, and it would cost so much time. Because where I am now, I've literally woken up in my house at 8:30 and been in my seat on the airplane at 9:15. Beautiful.
You first classers.
No, that's just Southwest, man. That's no first class anything. Southwest. I'll say it
EMF.
first.
I have 9 big trees in my property. Which one do you want? Hi, Mark Sanchez, Solus One. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Thank you tonight to Crazy Smith and Smithy for the amazing super chats. Very much appreciate them. It's a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. Thank you to all our new subscribers lately. We are encroaching on 15,900, up to 16,000 pretty quick here, bud.
Wow,
Up to
that's
16,000 pretty quick. That's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. All right.
I will admit, I will sometimes fly business class
here we go.
international, but no first.
We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate all of you tuning us on in. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with the fedora-wearing John Hudson and the unbiased UFO report. And John, we always appreciate you coming on here. But this, for people who are in Radioland who don't understand all of this drama that's going on in the UFO world, why are we needing to talk about it?
So basically what happened in a nutshell is some information came out about the fact that Luis Elizondo had alternate social media accounts, and the way in which he was using them and why he was using them was called into question. And in the ensuing debate, several people evolved into their 4-year-old states and began viciously attacking each other in very weird ways that no one's going to be happy is on film. It's crazy. The thing that's hard. The thing that's really hard for me is that, and I really consider this a personal character flaw. I have a very hard time not letting it impact my opinion of them. I have a very hard time not letting it impact how much optimism I have in their character. And I that's not really fair. I shouldn't do that. People can make mistakes, but it's hard because you're seeing people. For example, take let's take Mick West for example. Now there is a ton of stuff that I completely disagree with Mick West on, but I will never shy away from talking about his good attributes. I will never shy away from talking about what he's good at. I will never shy away from giving him credit for what he's done. I will never shy away from talking about the fact that I've talked to him privately, and I think he's actually a really nice guy. I think he's a very clever individual, and I think he really honestly means well, right? Now, one could argue that Mick West is my arch enemy. Okay, whatever. The thing is that you can be in some of the best friendships I've ever had were the most adversarial, right? And there's so many ways to play this, and so you take something like and Mick, if you see this, I apologize for using the example, but it's the best example I can think of at the top of my head. When I am critiquing things about Mick West's work, I'm really careful when I do so. I don't attack him personally. I don't try to convince you that his argument's wrong, and then when I can't convince you that he's wrong and therefore his argument's wrong, right? We're doing a lot of logical fallacies here, right? We're trying very, very hard to brand people as certain ways so that you believe, so that other people believe you on your judgment of them, right? And it's a mess. And, and honestly, at this point, I don't think anyone's, I no, I don't think anyone's guilt-free at this point. It's actually been pretty amazing, like some of the stuff that's come out. But it's all just it's all very childish. It's all very personal, and and the thing is that even at times where I've gotten extremely frustrated with Mick West. Once again, Mick, I apologize. You're the best example I have. I have always engaged with them with the assumption that I'm going to need to continue to engage with him in the foreseeable future. So I want this relationship to continue. I don't want to do things that shut down communication. I don't want to do things that obviously assume that the other person isn't going to exist anymore in 2 years, which is how a lot of people behave, right? So if we all start really focusing on trying to treat everyone as if the fact that they're going to stick around and we're going to have to work with them, so we're going to have to find a method of doing so, and we start trying to really focus on the arguments, and if someone doesn't agree with our argument, there's nothing wrong with this. There's nothing wrong with saying I agree to disagree.
That's what's turned into the battlefield, though. You're wrong, I'm right all the time. And if you don't agree with my opinion or who I like, I'm going to troll you. I'm going to bash you. I'm going to do whatever I can to bring you down. Now,
Yeah.
I think we do have to be careful when we say that, though, because there are people out there right now, like Thomas Fessler's disclosure tonight, love him or hate him. What he is doing, which has caused a lot of havoc in the UFO world, is he is trying to protect the idea that Lou Elizondo sticks around because there is so much hatred for Lou Elizondo. Now, a lot of people, well, let me finish. A lot of people may not like the tactics, but on the flip side, what happened? My fear on it is this: what happens to the UFO world if we lose Elizondo, knowing that the AOI MSG wants to shut everything down? You can call Elizondo a disinfo agent. You can call him a spy. You can call him whatever you want. But the idea is that he has opened up, if you listen to his interviews, he has opened up with a lot of information that most people haven't found yet. That's what I've noticed. And that's why my attitude changed about him. I was very critical of him and the whole To the Stars Academy, which, I called it to be a bust, and it turned out to be a bust. But with Elizondo, I'm a fan of his. I'm a fan of the work that he is doing. I'm okay with the fact that he has an NDA that he can't say much. But you have, as much as I say that, you have to listen and read between the lines of what he is saying, because there are Easter eggs all over that. And
very true. Very, very true.
So, I mean, you may not like the way some people are going after Elizondo, or some people are going to protect him. I will say this. I would say that I fall into the category, if I had to choose a side, that I am a fan of Lou Elizondo's. He will be on this show in late April. And we might even be his final interview for a while. Don't know yet. But I will say this. It's okay, UFO Twitter, that people out there want to ask him some pertinent and potentially tough questions. That's healthy. That's okay. He's put himself in the public eye in order to ask those questions. Whether he chooses to answer those questions or can legally answer those questions is an entirely different story. But to sit there and say that he can't answer things, well, geez, if you had a lifetime in jail, weighing above your head? Would you? I wouldn't. You break your NDA on something like this top secret,
Oh, Dave,
you're going to jail.
Jail is the least of my concerns when it comes to breaking such things. Least of my concerns. But yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
You would know. You had to sign NDAs for some of the major companies that you worked for.
Crazy stuff. Thousands of them. Yeah.
Okay, but the idea is this. There are the people who are going to say he's a shyster for putting out. He's counterintelligence. Of course, he probably has 2, 3, 4, 5 profiles out there looking at what's going on, what people are saying. He's looking for what news we have as well.
Every celebrity has, everyone who's ever had a social media job, everyone who's ever had a social media presence for work, everyone who's ever been a celebrity of any sort, everyone who's ever been in politics of any sort, you have to maintain accounts for your professional identity and your private identity. If nothing else, that at minimum. But the thing I will say though is that, you know, these two individuals that I was talking, we had a great debate about these alternate accounts ideas, and in the end, I don't think we came to a consensus. I think we were still pretty far apart when it came to what you did with the accounts, right? But we were able to have this conversation that went around for some time, and we never insulted each other. We never called each other names. We never said, you know, can you believe this guy? I mean, the rhetoric being used. And the thing is that, Dave, I will differ with you in one point, in that, well, I agree with you that I think that what Thomas is doing to stand up for what he believes is true with Lou is a very good thing. His methodologies over the last day or two, I would be I would have a very hard time standing behind some of that. And the problem is that I know it comes from passion. I know it comes from love. I know it comes from pain. I know it comes from all these places that are very normal and natural. But it doesn't change the fact that every packet of information you send out to engage with someone, after you've evaluated whether it makes the point you want to make, the second thing you have to ask is does this make the situation more tense or less tense? It's a whole different category of measurement, right? You should never be ratcheting up anything. It's insane. It never gets you anywhere. It just pisses people off.
You know what, though? Look, I come from it in a different way. And I'll put this in hockey terms. And I know you don't understand hockey terms, but I'll put this in hockey terms. All right? It's called take a number. And what happens is, say number 25 skates up to your best player and slashes them right behind the legs, hurting your top player's legs. Legs are kind of important in hockey. You know what I'm saying? Okay, because you need them to skate and for shooting power. So as somebody who would be considered an enforcer, your job is to skate up to number 25, who just slashed your player, and you have some words for him, or you give him a shot back. Eye for an eye. That's the way it kind of goes. There's also the rule of thumb where for every action, there's a reaction, whether it's positive or negative. And
you know where eye for an eye came from? The Code of Hammurabi. I mean, we haven't followed that stuff for a long, long, long time. The real world doesn't work that way. It's not might versus. It's not might makes right. It's not an eye for an eye. That vengeance is actually not. Revenge is not actually something that's codified into the legal system, right? I mean, it's actually about rehabilitating. Helping people. Hopefully, I mean, obviously it doesn't happen, but the idea is that you're hopefully trying to help people get better. It's not about revenge.
Well, I understand that, but Thomas Fessler decided upon taking upon himself and his team to protect Lou Elizondo, to stand up. Hey, that's what they decided to do. They're allowed.
No. I know. I get that. I was just going to make the comment. I always get a kick out of when people defend people on their behalf, because usually the people who they're defending don't actually want to be defended because they can take care of themselves. But the thing is that it's not. That's why I say I admire Thomas's passion. I admire his position. I have no problem with the way he's assessed the situation. Is he right? I don't know. It could be. It's not in alignment with exactly what I believe, but it's not far off. But it's the way he went about it. It was the tone he used. It was the language he used. It was the intent of the delivery of what he used. There was a I don't know if you want to call it a vengefulness to it, or a meanness to it, or a lashing out to it. I don't know what is a fair. I don't want to mischaracterize it. I'd like to give it a fair adjective, but to me, it felt emotional.
Well, I would say this: when there are people out to defend Thomas, when there are people out there attacking your sexuality, attacking your position on things, attacking your dead mother, attacking your ex-wife, attacking your husband, attack and putting YouTube channels on it, when you are getting death threats sent to your email account, there's a lot going on there, man, that we don't even know about. All right, I know this because I talked to Thomas, right?
Well, sure
And
is,
I'm
but I mean, we're not just good people because life is easy, right? I mean, like, the whole point is being good when it's hard, right? I mean,
yeah, and the good point is humans get pushed to a point where enough is enough, and you have to fight fire with fire, dude. I know you're a Buddhist, okay, and a pacifist and all that, and I love that about you.
you would not
do.
believe how many guns and weapons I own, Dave. I am not a pacifist.
Well, you probably like a nice cut of brie cheese as well. So do I.
I know. Actually, I'm into violence. I'm not a pacifist.
Well,
I have swords. I have
you
guns.
the hell out of me.
I've been trained in katanas. I love weapons.
Well, let me say it this way. At some point, there was, in this whole UFO Twitter world, it's gone beyond pushing for the happiness and satisfaction of Lou Elizondo. All right? It has gone well beyond that point. Our radio audience is going to be like, come on, get on with this. What does this have to do with UFOs stealing our power off our energy grids?
Well, I tell you one thing, though, it can have a massive impact on any future delivery of any information on this topic.
It has.
Because the thing is that, what you now have is you have two YouTube channels that both produce content that I have repeatedly taken advantage of and enjoyed in the past, that are now going after each other in such vicious ways that they're both behaving as if they see no path back. That's how they're both behaving. They're both behaving as if they see no path back. So what? They're just going to pretend each other doesn't exist while they continue to exist in the community? I mean, come on. It's not that many people. I mean, it's like, at some point, we have to adult, right? Like, adulting we will go, right? I mean, it's like, we got to do it.
The day UFO Twitter actually adults will be the day that I cannot use certain phrases, like calling Joe Mergia's hair,
I will forward you the conversation I had yesterday
with Joe Mergia.
No, with John and was it Carl? I don't know who it was. Two lovely ladies.
I don't know who they are.
You actually do, but I'm forgetting their proper handles at the moment.
Well, I could say this. Joe Mergia, if you're listening, your hair is like Velcro. And I'm afraid that if I get close to you, I may stick to you. Very talented writer and researcher, Joe Mergia. But he's got brutal hair. Brutal hair. Yeah. We got 2.5 minutes. No point in starting the news now. What else you got for us?
Well, no, but all I was going to say was that I really don't think this is anything about the content, right? I think questions are a lot of these questions are excellent questions. A lot of the concerns are very, very good. A lot of the paranoia, even in some levels, is very, very just. It's just it's the personal nature of it. It's the immature nature of it. It's the vengeful nature of it. It's the idea that that somehow when you've been hurting someone else is going to make you hurt less, which is just so insane. But I mean, that seems to be what people seem to think, which is just weird. But that's a problem.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I don't know if I agree with you, John. I don't know. I think we're looking at this at way two different sides.
Oh
Way
no,
too.
absolutely possible. But the only thing I would say is that, you know, I I don't have any really good examples of your method ending well.
Yeah, but it's not about a method. It's about standing up for what you feel is right.
Yeah,
I mean, you're Mr.
absolutely.
Weapon. If you're Mr. Weapons guy, if you catch some stranger walking on your property that's getting a little loud and boisterous, are you going to protect yourself? Or are you going to say, "Hey, Buddha tells me not to do this"? Come on, gun guy.
Depends on a lot of factors than what you just gave. It's
Not
not
really.
that clean of it. Oh no, it is. It absolutely is. It depends on where they are in the yard, how they're walking, whether they're carrying a weapon, what the weather. I mean, there are so many factors to come into it.
Holy cow!
It's
Talk
mind-blowing.
about blowing something out of proportion. It was a simple example.
Well, sorry, that's how I think of it. That's just how I think of it.
This
Um,
this is
yeah,
why
but
I
no,
love.
but the thing is it, you know, I think that, you know, I think that there are places in the world, there are times in the world where um, people could get into fistfights and then walk away.
And on that note, we're going to leave it right there because that's where we got to end the show. Thank you to the fedora wearing John Hudson and the unbiased UFO report. Thank you to Swamp Dweller for another spooky story from the swamp. Head over to his channel on YouTube, Swamp Dweller Reads, and hit subscribe there. The guy is well worth it. And we also want to say a giant, massive rock and roll horns up thank you to our guest tonight, Susan Masino, who is just one of the most amazing people I've ever got a chance to interview. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, LGAB, Revolution Radio. Well, we're not there anymore. Facebook, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. I know you're out there somewhere. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. Great show.
Yeah, fun stuff.
Great show. Hi, Ed Clater. How you doing, buddy? All right, that's off. Give me 2 seconds, Johnny.
Yeah, no worries.
All right.
No, but all I was getting at is I think there's always been this misconception that essentially when two people can get into a fight and then the fight can end and both people really leave without any hard feelings. And I
old
don't
school,
say again.
the old school way.
But I guess my question is it did that really happen? Or was there always one person that actually was holding on to it that just didn't want to admit it?
I don't know. Good question.
Because
This
in
is-
my experience, these things always escalate.
Well,
Right?
this is what I do know about what's going on, and I don't know a lot, but I know quite a bit. Okay, I know that there is a lot of tension right now, but even before the whole Who's Lou documentary came out, there's a whole lot of tension out there between certain podcast shows and other shows that some deem offensive, some deem very, very unethical in certain ways. And there are those who believe that no matter what, that Lou Elizondo is the poster boy for everything that's wrong in ufology. And both sides have drawn their line in the sand, and that's where the battle is going.
But that's the thing that boggles the mind is that I don't have any problem with people thinking that Elizondo is the Joker, right? Like I don't care, right? But the thing is that if I disagree with you, that doesn't mean I'm the Antichrist.
No, and I 100% agree with you. Okay, there's one person out there. If you look, when he goes absolutely nuts on Twitter, I start getting all excited, and I start sending him these very funny tweets with the hashtag Chrisomania on them, because he starts acting like Hulk Hogan.
Mm.
Okay, so I mean, look, I mean the recent news all stems from the whole rather be squidding thing. And what he said about, but I mean, this has been going on for a couple years. This isn't anything new that's going on.
It's not even unique to ufology. It's unfortunately a human thing. Really large groups of like my God, go play a little while in the science fiction writers world. Oh boy, I mean, it's amazing.
I get you. I understand.
A lot of this, I think, is just human, especially when there's a vacuum of information.
But when you start to target, and there are a few shows out there that start to target people individually, and look, we have been targeted. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
We have been targeted. Other shows have been targeted. I mean, poor Thomas Fessler, I may not agree with everything that he says, but somebody putting up a really grotesque YouTube channel about him and his husband, that's not cool to me. It's not cool
I
to
hear
me.
about that, yeah.
It's hard, it's not cool to me when talking to people who are close to Lou, okay, and hearing about the almost daily death threats coming to his email, right? Or the other show hosts. There are other show hosts that I've talked to out there who are making up stuff about another radio show host that his marriage dissolved because he was screwing someone else who he helped get on another radio program. I mean that's the type of garbage we're dealing with in this field.
But all of it comes down to the fact that we get frustrated because someone else doesn't agree with the way we have analyzed something, or we don't agree with the way someone has judged something. We don't agree with how someone is handling something. We judge them for it, and then we announce it to the world. And the problem is the judging. Like, I mean, I just like
Oh, dude,
judge
I
data, judge your own values and your own behavior. But this whole idea of placing any sort of judgment at all on other people, and then trying to use your judgment of that to get people to disagree or agree with those people, it's just madness. It's just
Well, I understand that, John, and I think you are very, very right in a lot of ways, but I think you're also in a, and I don't mean this the wrong way. I think you're missing the point in a lot of ways too. People are mean. Okay,
what you
people
say
are
again?
mean. What's that?
I didn't hear you said people are mean or they aren't mean.
No, they are. Okay, let's look at the attacks that have happened on this show. Okay, I'm not going to get into anybody else's show. I'm just going to get into our show here.
Mhm.
Okay, we have been attacked for everything from uh, buying followers on our YouTube channel, and that's the only way our channel has grown, is that we buy it, right? Which we have never done. All right. We have been attacked. I have been called by a certain host as fat, a lard ass. All right. I have been accused of lying to my audience about all of my experiences.
Right. And these are all
Right.
judgments
Well,
that no one has
well,
any business making.
well. I mean, you know what though? It's dude. Hold on one second. Yeah, that's right. I started late. God, I missed it by that much. Ooh. Okay, like we have been under attack. Last week, this same person who's been insulting me went into a different chat room, doesn't know Thin Lizzy, and called her Thick Leslie or something along those lines. Right? I mean, who does that? Right? People who do that are just mean. They're mean.
Yep.
Okay?
Well, and the thing is, I mean, there are occasions where some of this stuff gets generated because someone was trying to be funny, but for the most part, what you have is you have people lashing out of fear. They're lashing out of pain, and they're attacking people in just you know. And the thing that I don't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe people get away with this stuff in their relationships, but like you can't pull this stuff in corporations. I mean, it's like, I mean, like this is all like so much of this is kind of like classic, like you need to go see a therapist stuff, right? Like go sort your stuff out and come back in 6 months, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, and the thing is that I understand how we got where we are in certain places. Like, for example, I go back and forth between this idea of if I'm doing a YouTube channel of putting up a video of someone else talking
Right.
and stopping and starting that and commenting to it, because like at one level I like it when people do that because you're hearing that person say what they said out of their using their own words and their own tone, right? But at the same time, you could really see that as very targeted harassment, right? Especially if they're using the video to go, oh, look what a loser this person is. Look what a jerk they are. Look what an awful person they are. And they're doing all these personal attacks and so forth. It's so emotional that it is it is a complete haphazard application of your feelings. And what I mean by that is that there's absolutely no concept as to the long-term ramifications of what's going on. You know,
Yeah, but
like no one's thinking about like where this puts us 6 months from now.
look, people do have to have thicker skin too, John. You know, we all do. That's why hey, we all get told have thicker skin. I mean, we can't continually be PC on everything. Okay? We can't.
I don't know. I don't
Well,
know.
you live
I
in
go.
California, so I mean that immediately excludes you.
Well, no, fair enough. But the thing is that I mean, you know, we are doing fairly well, so we're doing something right. And the thing is that I don't like it. Once again, it so often comes down to application because I don't, you know, the way people just seem to use these issues to just go after people that they already hate, that they already have an agenda against, and they're just waiting for them to screw up in some little way so they can go after them. Like that, that to me is so disgusting, right? But at the
Okay.
same time, if you find someone who right now is doing a children's TV show, and someone discovers that not just once at a party, this person did a YouTube channel for 6 months where they were advertising cruelty to animals. That is relevant, right? I mean, it's like it is, right? So it's very challenging because so much of it depends on your application of it. You don't want to look for one-offs that you can then judge whole behavior over, but you find patterns, and those do have ramifications.
I don't agree with you because I think it's absolutely uh, bullshit that somebody can pull something that you did 25, 30 years ago and make it relevant today to where you lose your job.
Really?
Absolutely, 100%.
There's nothing that anyone did to you that long ago or further back that you still haven't settled with.
Oh, John, I'm filled with that. I'm filled
How's
with
that
that.
different?
How is that different? That I
Yeah.
wouldn't. Okay, let's take my bully. His name is Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, my grade 7 bully and grade 8 bully before he changed high schools, and then the asshole came back. Okay, who used to rip my pants down um, in the middle of a football game. Okay, at lunchtime, or made fun of my real last name. Okay, I can't stand the guy. You know what I did? I do when I see him, I go the other way. Not there to fight him. I'm 40 years old. I'm not going to fight him. I'm not going to do anything stupid like that. What I am going to do, I'm not going to go to his bosses and say, "Do you know that 25 years ago, this person um,
No, that's
used?"
vengeful. Yeah, no, that's
That's
vengeful. At the
that's
same, well,
that's what.
but here's the thing. It depends on, but it does depend on what job he's going for, right? There are jobs in the world that have temperament aspects of it that you might want to consider whether someone ever spent large periods of time using their power to take advantage of people that had less
Okay,
power, because that
okay,
is actually a personality characteristic that could reemerge later.
and that is the bullshit of society. Because you know what? I look at myself as a 21, 22-year-old kid. All I wanted to do back then is work in hockey and get laid. Okay. And I was pretty good at both of them at a point. And do I need somebody, let's say if I all of a sudden started running for politics, okay, at 48 years old, where I'm a family man and I'm very happy in my life right now, where all of a sudden some chick that I had a one night stand with at 21 years old is going to hold that against me and ruin any chances of me being elected? or president or getting promoted to president of a major corporation. That's fair.
You know what's funny about that, Dave, is that I have my whole life, from as long as I can remember, not only personally considered, but had conversation with friends about what we've done so far and whether that impacts our ability to reach certain levels of society. And from like first grade, I was perpetually thinking to myself that my behavior would impact me someday if I ever became president, or if I ever did this, or if I ever did that, or if I ever did this. And it got to the point where we even joke about it later on, where we'd be like, yeah, but you know what, if you do that, yeah, no, that cuts off that whole tree, you know? And so
Yep,
for a lot of us, it was very, we were very aware of it.
The 98%, 99% of the population, John, is not aware of it. Okay, because we have too much other stuff going on in our lives to be aware. Geez, if I'm 20 years old, if I have sex with this woman tonight, is it going to come back at me at 54 when I'm running for politics? Nobody thought that. Nobody did. 20 years old, I didn't even know what the hell I was going to do in my life. Sorry, John, you're an anomaly there. I'm not trying to be a dick, but you're an anomaly.
No, I'm just like I said. And the thing is that if I hadn't grown up with, you know, four guys that did the same thing, I would be very quick to, because normally I am the anomaly and I have no problem with that whatsoever. But I just got the impression that it might be a generational thing.
No, it isn't a generational
because I grew up in a time where in the beginning, like there was this huge focus on your permanent record, right? That was drilled into you from like the youngest age. It's going to go on your permanent record. And like this became this huge thing, and it was drilled into you. It was terrifying.
Hold on. Question from Casual Conversation. Why do I use a different last name? I use a different. Well, for instance, I will say this: Scott is my middle name. Okay, it is not my last name; it is my middle name. At
got a
first,
stage name too.
Pardon me.
I said it's got a stage name too, but
yeah, no kidding. I'm named Scott, and you are not. I originally changed my name at the beginning because I didn't know how my family would react if somebody went up to them and heard me and said, "Hey, who's this guy that sounds like, or that has the same name as you, last name as you guys, talking about all this weird, stupid stuff?" I didn't want that. But where it really solidified home for me was when I had a few years ago a couple of our audience members, when my nephew passed away, go on to
right. I remember that.
Go on to a private memorial page for my nephew on Facebook and post their condolences on that page. Now, I mean, a lot of people will say, well, you know what? You know, your listeners care. They're being nice and everything like that. But the funny part about it was I didn't post on that in my Dave Scott name. I posted that under my real name. And the fact that there were listeners going on there where I have family and friends and everything like that, you know, who have no tie to my family, where my family has no tie to this show, that bothered me. Bothered me. Okay. No. So that's the reason why I stick with my middle name as my last name for the show. So, I mean, I've had people accuse me, well, you hide behind a fake name. I don't have a fake name. Dave Scott is my name. My name is David William Scott. I just leave out my last name. Why is that fake? It's not fake. I'm using my real name.
And either way, your voice is a much easier way to identify you than anything else I could find on you anyway.
Yeah. You know, that it was right after that, because I never thought I would have to ever lock down a profile, you know, but I locked down my profile. My
Hey.
personal one.
Hey, you guys want to hear a secret that you guys shouldn't know? Do you want to know the real reason why? Well, I wouldn't say the real reason. A very likely reason why Microsoft actually bought Skype.
Why Microsoft bought Skype?
Mm-hmm.
Shut it down?
Mm-hmm. Because they'd figure out a way to take a voice sample of anybody and find it anywhere in the Skype network. And
Really?
they offer this service to the federal government at a fee.
Really?
Mm-hmm. A very expensive fee.
That is expensive.
Per case. Per tap. I've seen the price book.
Well, hold on a second here, because Kepso says someday you mean ufology needs the scammers to be outed that create stories that are fake and it's all hearsay. Well, we know where that type of answer is coming from first and foremost, or comment is coming from. But you know, Kepsa, I will say this. Okay, you cannot call. Just because somebody only has anecdotal proof of what happened to them doesn't mean it's fake, doesn't mean they're lying. It doesn't mean that they're trying to pull the wool over their eyes. And you're right, there are a lot of fakes out there. There really are. All right? And we have to be stronger on them. Okay?
But never rude, never derogatory. Like, I mean, you can be, decisive and not be cruel or immature about it,
No, but let me finish. When you have people out there like Carrie Cassidy who are saying there's 250,000 of China's army lined up on the Canadian border waiting to invade the U.S., satellites would have shown that. Okay? It's not there. That hurts. Somebody talking about their alien experiences, just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it's fake. Doesn't mean people are lying. It doesn't mean that people are trying to pull the wool over their eyes. You talk to any experiencer, they don't want what happened to happen to them. It's not fun. It's not about attention, right? It's not about that for most people.
No, but that's the thing. Is that I can, I mean, there are people in this community that I think are completely lost. There are people in this community that I think are fundamentally awake, but they are being willingly misguided in certain areas. And I think there are a lot of people doing really honest work. But here's the thing: no matter how far on that spectrum you go, I'm never going to be rude. I'm never going to say that person's a loser or try to convince people that they shouldn't listen to them because they eat breakfast for dinner, right? I mean, like, that's the kind of crap, and it's like it's so insane. It's just
right.
It's beyond frustrating.
It says Nick Pope is famous in ufology, and the dude's story is fake, and he read a UFO story and tells about it. I agree with you.
Yep.
Nick Pope is making a living off of this. Let me finish, John.
Yep.
I know you want to interrupt.
No. I'm just looking at what he said. I want to make a comment on what he said, but please go ahead.
Okay, but I mean, Nick Pope is somebody, in my opinion, who has made a very healthy living off of this, taking everybody's stories and relaying them to media outlets. I think the guy's full of shit. Okay, I do. I think it's disgusting how, I mean, if you want to hear the next Nick Pope story, all you have to do is go listen to Luis Elizondo or Chris Mellon.
So just take
That's all.
everything you just said and ask why.
Why? Because he's
like what? No, I know, but what you're saying, like all you did was you just judged him, which you're allowed to do, but you judged him and then you shared your judgment with everyone else, and that was all based on emotion and feelings and so forth. And some
No, it
people
isn't,
will agree and
John.
feel good. Well,
Not
I
even,
don't mean I don't mean as an insult, Dave. I meant that as a positive thing.
John, on a scale of 1 to 10, you're batting a fucking 0 right now.
Well, no, Dave. I meant that as I didn't mean it was emotional as a bad thing. I'm saying it was emotional as in it meant something.
Okay, sorry, I apologize.
But honestly, the way you reacted, I totally forgot what I was talking about now.
Well, what I'm saying is, with Nick Pope, he's brought nothing to the table. There's a guy.
I know, but Dave, like what you said about him was incredibly negative, and it was a judgment, right? And that is what's going to trigger people, because if they agree with you, they're going to then agree with you, and if they don't agree with him, they're going to get upset.
First of all, okay, if people agree with me on that, great. What has Nick Pope brought to the table, John?
But why call him out?
No, don't go into one of the diatribes. Answer me what Nick Pope has brought to the table. Because all he has done over the last 4 years is copy everything that Chris Mellon, Harry Reid, and Luis Elizondo has said, and Tom DeLonge. That's it.
Yep.
Right? That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Look at even Jim Goodall agrees with me. Nothing.
Dave, I agree with you as well.
Right? But it's not about emotion or anything like that. Kepsa has a point. Okay. See, the point is when you get people, and trust me, I don't like saying this. Okay. But the people who are pissed off with ufology, John, are acting out of emotion because they're tired of the Nick Popes of the world. They're tired of the Bashars of the world. They're tired of the Kerry Cassidys of the world. They're tired of people trying to scam people into making a living. The David Ikes, what's the guy with the 7 head? David Wilcock. Can't even call him a 4-head. That thing is so huge. Okay. The other guy, Corey Good, who've done nothing but rip people off in this field. People who have spent their hard-earned money. And you know what? I may take some flack for this, but even I question Stephen Greer. When you were charging $500, $1,500, $3,500 for a person to come hang out with you for a weekend to possibly get some ET contact, okay, Anjali is another one, right?
But
now,
Dave, you're missing my point. You're judging all these people.
No, I'm not judging. I'm not judging, John. How so? Because the evidence allows me to create an opinion.
Well, but an opinion. Oh, sorry. Okay, an opinion then. But I mean, opinion and judgment. I was just using synonymously. So, but basically, you've come to a conclusion about Nick.
I've come to a conclusion because that's what the evidence states. The evidence states. Look, I'm not questioning whether he worked at the MOD. Okay, I'm not questioning whether he worked even worked for the UFO desk there. What I'm saying is the last 4 to 5 years, Nick Pope has made a lot of money off of Fox News, CNN, other media outlets as a UFO expert. They hired him to do that. And the only thing he has brought to the table is words that everyone else has said, not his own. Okay? If somebody hired me, John, to be a commentator or an expert on hockey, for instance, I could break down the game plan. I could break down what the players are doing. Why did they start this goalie instead of the other goalie? Why does this player have a slump? Okay? All Nick does is regurgitate what his 4 best friends have said. That's it. He doesn't have any original thought. He hasn't brought any original thought to the table. Give me something
But
original.
Dave,
Beat
but
my
Dave,
nipples a little bit. Get me excited.
Dave, I don't disagree with anything you've said. What I'm saying
No, but
is,
you're justifying.
no, I'm not even justifying. What I'm saying is that I have no place to judge these people. Zero. Now, if someone comes to me and asks me specifically my opinion about something, I might maybe venture a little bit. But in the I may not talk about their research. I may not comment on their research. I may not, I can talk about not agreeing with their research. But this entire idea of I mean, essentially, like I don't see the value in unless it's just like an emotional release for the person who's doing it. Like all these things you said about Nick Pope, like it doesn't matter if I agree with you or not. It doesn't even matter if the evidence is there or not. You don't really have any right to say those things because it's inflammatory and it's going to make the conversation harder, not easier.
Okay, so I would respond to you, John. Why are you on a podcast? Why are you on a radio show?
To be honest with you, Dave, I don't actually know.
Okay, I brought you on here because you're a brilliant guy.
Well, I was going to
Because
say because you asked, but I didn't want to be rude. But yes,
okay,
yes.
but here's the thing, and I'm saying it this way, okay? Because for our audience, let us decide. Let us put it this way: this is a very tense conversation between John and I right now, but at no point will it hurt our friendship.
No.
At no point will it hurt our relationship where I'm going to tell, hey, John, fuck you, get the fuck out of here, and pick up my shoe and throw my shoe at you, John. Not a chance. Okay? The reason why I love John is because he challenges me. He gets me worked up, and I like it. I like it. Makes me feel good and alive. But the point that I'm getting at is this, John. Our job as a host, okay, at least for me, it is my responsibility as a host to make sure that our listeners are not being taken down a well of bullshit. These people who make time for us on a nightly basis trust us to bring them fun, entertainment, opinion, and to help when they have serious questions about anything in the phenomena, that at least we're giving it our all to steer them in the right direction to get proper information.
I agree that's common. The only thing I'm questioning is whether any of us should be doing that and whether it's fair. Right?
It's 100% fair. 100% fair. That's journalism.
Well, but let me give you an example of why I don't like it. Right? There have been guests that you've had or people you've had that I felt were very far from reality, and you seem to believe them. Now, if I used that to then put into question my opinion about your judgment, then that would rob me of getting insights from you in the future.
Okay. So the problem that we have is what is proof. Okay. So let's take Samantha Mowat. Samantha Mowat takes a lot of criticism because she makes some genuine, very, very tough understanding comments. for the
Mhm.
majority of people. Okay. A lot of people get mad because they don't agree with Samantha. They think Samantha's just talking out of her asshole.
Mhm.
Okay. They
And so,
also don't
quick question:
understand. Yeah,
why do they get mad?
that's a good question. I think they get mad because they're tired of having the wool pulled over their eyes. Okay. They're tired of the games. They're tired of the stories. Okay. They want strong evidence, not anecdotal evidence or woo.
So basically, what that seems to be arguing is the fact that what's really going on is the entire community is becoming more rabid toward the weaker sources of
Right.
evidence because we're frustrated with their lack of production at some level.
No.
I mean,
Well, I want to get this comment here first. Sorry, I got
please,
distracted.
no,
Kepsa
please.
says, forget political correctness, challenge your guests, and shows can be much better. Our show's ratings are going up and up and up. Our numbers show that.
What? And
Now,
I don't see how
one
political
sec,
correctness has anything to do with it.
I gotta
No, please,
just
go,
address
go,
this for
please,
a second.
please.
Every show, Kepsa, has a format and a focus. Our job with our radio stations is to bring a form of fun entertainment for the subject matter that we bring. Do we challenge people? Yes. We do it in a polite way. We do it in a in a different way than others. Now, every story is different. I'm not going to treat a Samantha Mowat or a Jim Goodall the same way I'm going to treat someone of authority like a Lou Elizondo or say the head of MUFON or somebody along those lines. You have to be able to adjust. You have to realize the majority of our audience has no idea who Lou Elizondo is. The majority of our audience has no idea who Samantha Mowat is. They want to hear really cool paranormal, supernatural phenomena type stories. So we're not an attack show because we don't have the outlet, or I shouldn't even call it an attack show. That's wrong. We aren't a point your finger in your face, stop the bullshit, stop the lies, because number one, we don't know what the bullshit and the lies are. Number two, proof is different with everybody else. Your proof is different than my proof, is different than John's proof or anybody else's. But number three, our format and our focus of the show is number one, entertainment. That is what has got us on 6 radio stations. That is why their ratings are going up. That is why our ratings are going up. So it's a business thing. It's not about the podcast. If I had a podcast, whether I mean pick a name. If I had a podcast like a Kurt J. Mungle or a Fessler or a Goofon or anybody like that, it would be different. We're not of that format. We are more of uh, of the entertainment side. And for people who don't like it, that's okay. That's okay. A lot of people didn't like Art Bell when he would bring on the crazy people talking about phone calls from Area 51 and the sounds of hell. Now, I'm not comparing ourselves to Art Bell. We're not trying to be Art Bell. We're trying to be our own gig, which is why we're grabbing attention. All right. So, I mean, challenge a guest how? I mean, what do I do? Just say you're a liar? That's a pretty hard word to call somebody a liar when they're telling you what happened to them.
Well, and people conflate rudeness with political correctness, which are completely two totally vastly different things. And I don't see how political correctness is in any way, shape, or form related to how aggressive you are in your question asking. And to me, I think one of the reasons why I get so frustrated about so much of this, Dave, is because, like, for example, look at the quality standard you put on your chat room. Okay. Now there are a lot of things that you say when you're dialoguing, right, that would not fly in your chat room, because if someone else said it, it would be deflammatory within the chat room, and it might upset someone, or might, you know, rub some feathers, whatever it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have this, we have, so you have, so even when you go, even if you go off a little bit, you have this safe place where normalcy kind of exists, right? And
Right.
and it might be a very sound and reasonable argument that the more judgmental commentary, where you're like calling people out for, like, you know, being ridiculous and so forth, that is a requirement of entertainment. Okay. And that might be the problem, because it might be that we're reaching a point where this topic can't be entertainment anymore, because entertainment has certain demands on it that then a normal practice will suffer under.
Well, and a prime example, John, is the entire COVID talk. If I all of a sudden got into got into a COVID conversation with somebody, the entire chat room goes ballistic.
Mm-hmm.
So even though, I mean, there is a double standard there. Unfortunately, there has to be a double standard, because if the chat room starts going and people start attacking, people don't come back. Because if they see that one person in the chat room, they're going to all of a sudden go instant anger, and boom, it's over. Now,
So what if
Justin,
all the guests talk that way?
pardon me?
What if all the hosts and all the guests on the podcast all had to maintain the same level of decorum that you enforce in the chat room?
We wouldn't have a show.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Then yeah, this topic shouldn't be in entertainment anymore.
But I disagree with you 100%. 100%.
Well, no, I don't mean the whole topic of paranormal stuff, Dave. But what I mean is that it may be possible that the aspect of the phenomenon that, say, Elizondo is focused on,
Mm-hmm.
perhaps shouldn't be
Elizondo is, but
in
that's what I'm
entertainment
saying.
world.
You can't treat an Elizondo the same way you treat Susan Masino. You can't treat Elizondo the same way you treat R. Keith Andrews. You can't.
No. Of course not. Yeah.
Have to balance. So, I mean, like Justin is asking, he goes, ask hard questions implying that they should convince us. It's not their job to convince you.
No, not at
You
all.
as a listener have the ability to decide whether or not you believe this person.
Yeah.
It's not me.
Yeah, the
It's
burden's
not
on the listener.
guest is just telling you what they know. It's your choice whether or not you want to believe them. Like, for and I mean, and that's the reality. That's why we're about entertainment. That's why we're quite loose. We're quite loose on it.
The thing I keep wondering is, okay, so have you have you studied much comedy, like humor? Like, what I
No.
find interesting is that there's several layers of comedy, right? There's these low level jokes and these low level these kind of low hanging fruit jokes, right? And then as you get further, you start getting to these really complex jokes that require far too much thinking and far too much intelligence, right? And part of me wonders if you don't have that kind of swath going on, in that, you know, some people just want to consume it like you do football. Some people just want to consume it like you
Absolutely.
do, you know, and so
We
but
have
what becomes a challenge, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that, because what I'm trying to do is get to a question of what do you think is a possible way to solve it, in that what if what if it's never this simple? But what if we discovered that all of the infighting that's going on right now in this field is because of the entertainment aspect of the topic. It's because of the way rhetoric's being done. It's because of the terminology. It's because of the tone. It's because of the tit for tat and the going after each other and so forth. That's all good for entertainment, right? But that in itself is what's poisoning the community.
Okay, so this is where I explain to you and our audience again that we as Spaced Out Radio are not a podcast. We are a radio show that understands, and a YouTube show that understands that the majority of our audiences that are listening to us on our 6 terrestrial affiliates, which is where the majority of our audience comes from, have no clue, John, about the topics. They have no clue about what is going on. They don't know who Lou Elizondo or Chris Mellon is, or they don't know who the BFRO are, or even the people from the ghost hunting shows. They have no clue. Okay. Right. If we kept it strictly on YouTube and in podcast form, the game would shift in order to make it more of a hardcore journalistic style. The people who are tuning into us on a nightly basis on our radio program do not understand that or what these topics are. They're like
for a different product.
It's a completely different product. Okay. We're not what a podcast is. We're not UCR. We're not Fessler. We're not Goofon. We're not Third Phase of Moon. We're not even Swamp Dweller, who's in our chat room right now. We have to provide a level of entertainment, okay, that is going to keep people coming back each and every night. Example, I got the statistics from our from our radio station up in Mississauga. When we took over their nights from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m., okay, so this show that aired tonight will air tomorrow on their station. When they put our product on the air, they were lucky to get between 50 and 125 listeners a night. Lucky. Before we came on. Okay, what they were doing is just playing reruns of other shows and syndication out of the U.S. or whatever. They put us on there. Within 2 weeks, their numbers went from 2 months, pardon me, 2 months. Their numbers went from around 100, like I said, a night, up to 1,500 listeners within 2 months. We are now above 10,000 listeners a night, according to the statistics for our times.
Nice, Dave.
On the radio station.
That's huge.
Okay, so
that's super cool.
So we have to bring that entertainment. So Kepsa, I'm going to bring your point up. What's a fake story? Because I know the world you're playing in, usually everything is fake because there's no pictures, there's no video. Okay, anecdotal stories are not fake. Just because somebody doesn't have a photograph or a video of what they captured does not mean it's fake. You got to get rid of this fake news, fake story stuff when it comes to regular people. Now,
if just say, I don't believe you, because that's what you're saying. I don't believe you. Just say that. I don't believe you.
Right? When we bring people on to this show, we don't bring people on just because for the sake of it. Okay? We bring them on because we do our team does the research and we provide a level of credibility for our guests, or at least we try to. Have we had the wool pulled over our eyes before? Yes, every radio program has. Every radio program has. Okay? But to label everything as fake is not correct terminology.
Pretty much any bullying behavior at all can be
Well, I wouldn't even call it
usually.
bullying. I wouldn't go that far in calling it bullying behavior.
No,
What?
a Boolean. What a Boolean? I mean black and white.
Sorry, I heard you wrong. Hi, Kent. How are you? No, I wouldn't. Well, that's done already. Holy cow. That was fast. And I forgot to do this one. Hold on. Hold on. I'm so into this conversation right now. I downloaded the files and I forgot to send them off to the radio station. Okay, so that one has been done. Hold on. Okay, X. There we go. Perfect. I gotta call that guy soon. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes behind in the chat room. Yeah, but we're not selling hearsay stories, Kepsa. That's because you've been in another chat room for too long. Okay? I mean, I could give the same type of shot like I just did. Okay? They're not fake stories. Just because you weren't there doesn't mean they didn't happen. When Samantha Mowat and I walked into the forest that one day and saw the extraterrestrial, which you've been told is fake, which it is not, okay, just because we didn't grab pictures doesn't mean it's fake. Okay, there's car accidents all over my town, your town, everywhere. I didn't see it happen. Are those car accidents fake? It's the same thing. Right? Horrible example, but the same thing. I didn't see them happen. How do I know they hit a deer? How do I know they hit a moose? How do I know they hit black ice? Right? You can't have that. I mean, I understand why you're that way, and many people are that way. You know, I totally get it. I totally understand it. Right? I totally understand it. Okay, so Justin, same thing with you. What's a crap, regurgitated crap fake story? Were you there? Because I know when Samantha Mowat and I were in the forest, there was nobody else there. That's the point I'm getting at.
Yeah, well, no, and the thing is that you know, I mean, so much of this just evolves so quickly because you've mentioned proof a couple of times, and we're talking about this now, and the thing is that for me, just because of the world I've grown up in, like I will take a set of statements from somebody, and I have to acknowledge the fact that some percentage of those were rote memorization and they didn't really understand what they were saying. Some percentage of them were told to them by other people with the intention of them repeating them for deception. Some percentage of them are their own deception for ego defense. And then some percentage of them are actually relatively unbiased and useful. And
you know, John, I'm actually quite awake right now. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to go take a piss here. Okay? Yeah, I'm a little graphic. And then I'm going to put the tab up here. And if you want to come and talk about this rather than chat about it in the chat room, let's talk about it. I want to hear your opinion. So there's the StreamYard link. Okay? When I get back, let's chat about it. Give me like a couple minutes. I gotta pee. Probably gotta take the dog out too. Come on, Doug. Let's go outside. Come on. You can still chat, John. Come on.
Thanks, Dave. Sorry, folks. Just debating something with somebody. And actually, I need to run off and go grab something too, but I will wait until Dave gets back. I don't know. I just. Like I was watching Joe Rogan the other day, and he was talking about this this friend he had that he grew up with, who became a Buddhist monk, and he was talking about how he'd interact with him, and you know, how he changed over time, and he said something like he goes, and he never talked about anybody badly, like he never said anything, like it was. And like it was like you'd see it like the just the confusion in Rogan, like, and I'm thinking to myself, well, duh, like, isn't that the point? Like, I mean, like, I don't know. I think there's a really good chance that because look, you take Goof on, for example, right? And say whatever you want about his podcast here, though. He puts a lot of energy into that show, and he puts a lot of passion and a lot of love, you know, his version of it, but love into that show. And he has customers that love him for it, right? And they demand that he behave that way. That's what they want out of him. They want him to behave that way. Now, some of them will just stick with him no matter what he does, but there's a percentage of them that are with him because of his acidic nature. And so they encourage him to stay acidic and to continue to be acidic. And if he were to roll that back, he might start to see his numbers fall. That's a horrible motivator if you're trying to communicate. And so, you know, I mean, at some level, and I agree. I mean, I think Goofon's incredibly negative. I can only imagine what he thinks of himself. But you know, I mean, the point I'm trying to get at is that, you know, I can do all that, but like I don't have any right to judge Goofon for doing so. And we have this problem that there's also this capitalistic aspect to all this, in that essentially, you know, he's produced a product that his customers like. So what do you do when a behavior that's good for business is bad for the community? You know? And we've seen that in other. I'm trying to think of a good example. I can't think of one off the top of my head. I can't think of it off the top of my head. The gnome moved. And so I guess the question becomes, you know, is it possible to not be critical or judgmental of others and still actually do an entertaining show? Because the thing I'm curious about it is that I used to have to try to do something like this a lot when I'd be on panels, and I did find over time that I got good at learning how to poke playfully and respectfully at content without offending people, but it was hard. It was hard.
Mr. Swamp Dweller, how are you?
Not too bad, Dave. How are you doing?
Good. What's up, buddy? What are you doing
I
awake?
don't know. I saw a link and I clicked it, and now I'm here.
Yeah, no, good to hear from you, dude.
Here, man. Love it.
no,
When you're
I popped in and
awesome.
there was like some sort of debate going on. So
Yep.
I'm still not sure exactly what we're talking about, but what's the beef, Dave?
I think the beef is what's real and what's not. What should we You know,
Picture's creepy,
kind of let
dude.
the audience
Scary.
kind of take it over. John and I kind of got into it a little bit, which was always cool. And then it just kind of exploded from there. You know, some good audience, solid audience questions.
Okay, well,
And
but here's the thing. Actually, Swamp Dweller is a good example. Like he's a media package, right? That gets its tension and its emotional system from the story, and he doesn't have to critique people. He doesn't have to even comment on his competition, right? He can just do the best job he can and let the customers decide like which product they want to use.
Yeah, I can agree on that.
And so is there something like that that can be achieved for the paranormal?
Yeah, why not? I mean, why does somebody have to say, "Oh, dude, you're full of shit," or "I don't believe you," or that's not true? Again, it just kind of keeps going back to that point. It's like the people you see on my channel. It's like, if it's not true, what's the point? That's a very infamous comment you'll see in our type of world. And well, my only reply to that is, well, how do you enjoy life? What's the point of books? What's the point of movies? What's the point of music? What's the point of anything if it's not true? So you can't live life running around wondering what's true and what's not. You're never going to enjoy or learn that way.
No,
the only way you're going to
find
learn,
the things you love most are the things that you knew weren't true.
oh, exactly. But the only way you're going to expand and be open-minded and be a true skeptic is by expanding your mind and your mindset, and what not to run and blindly believe everything, but to listen to everything, openly, obviously throw a grain of salt on it. And, I think that's the best way to go about it. I feel like if you're listening to these type of things or into this world, you're going to have a bad time if you're looking at everything in the scrutiny of, is it true or is it not? Because you can't really prove most of this stuff. That's the whole fun of the topic, in my opinion.
you can't control the phenomena. You can't control when it's going to happen. And you can't control what you experience. And the one thing that the phenomena is proving to many people, maybe not everybody, but to many people out there, is that it reacts to everybody differently. It's a strange concept that I think is the next step of what's going on. That's the
I
truth of
100%
it.
agree.
And then, like, John, you talk about Swamp Dweller's channel. He's a different type of entertainment. He's a different type of niche for people who like to get scared every night. He doesn't, his main channel, he's not doing interviews. He's reading stories that people have sent to them. And he brings up right at the beginning of each show, these are allegedly true. He's hoping they're true. He vets them as much as possible. But in the end, he can't tell what is true and what is not. That's not for him to judge. He allows his audience to judge, which is what we do. We allow our audience to judge due to our format and our focus. We allow the audience to judge on whether or not they want to believe.
Well, yeah, and ultimately, depending on where you go, go with this. Let's be honest, right? At this point, we're actually, very honestly, not joking, having trouble proving that objective reality even exists. Okay, so it's so much of everything is relativistic. It's from your perspective. It's from that viewpoint, and it just it to me, I don't know. You look at this whole I think Dave, you touched on earlier when you said proof, and Swamp, you talked about this whole idea of right and wrong and absolute answers and all this stuff. Everything has a probability to it. Everything is it's 90% right. It's 30% right. It's like, people just get so rigid in the way they deal with this data, and then they use it. They use that rigidity to then beat each other with it, and it's just there's other people who can comment about this easier than I can, but mean, there are even replication problems where we're finding that certain experiments are challenging to replicate because of just the different characteristics in experiments and labs and the way humans interact with things. And so, I mean, it's if you're after this like this diamond of truth that you think once you get it, everyone's going to believe you, I don't think that exists.
What do you say, Swampy?
I think I agree. I mean, it's just kind of one of those things where any topic, doesn't matter paranormal what it is, you're never going to get a solid consensus 100%. Nobody's, even if there is undeniable proof, you're always going to have that sector of people who say no. So
Yep.
I feel like ultimately you always have to just, I feel like you just kind of put into motion what you want to reap. You reap what you sow. So if you want to be the show that changes up the game and is a more positive approach and more entertainment focused approach, instead of being like, hey man, that's not true, F you, there's a lot of shows that do that, and they're kind of funny to listen to sometimes, but it's kind of a one trick pony. When you have to rely on one shtick, then you're not going to probably have a lot of longevity on your end.
Yep.
You gotta the entertainment's where it comes in.
Yep, and let's face it. Like, I don't think this is why you did it, but let's make an assumption. Let's say that you were a huge fan of this topic beforehand, and you were dissatisfied with some of the other content we're coming out, and that's part of what drove you to do it. Well, the thing is that you could go out and criticize all that content, or you could do it yourself, do it better, show how it could be done better, and eventually those other people will either come to you and ask for help, or they'll just flat out copy you, in which case everyone gets better stuff in the end anyways, right? So it's like what's your goal? I mean, it's like, is your goal that we all move forward? And I don't know. To me, it's just there's ways to close this down, and there's ways to stay open.
Brazelhoff, how you doing, buddy? How's the reverse? Where's the reverse headstock?
Oh, the guitars are at home right now.
Oh, you working the night shift?
Yeah, I do graveyard shift.
Oof, that's rough.
Look at you.
I was going to say, when it comes to what you guys are talking about right now, I think we're at a point where even if you were to share like a real picture or video of, like, let's say a UFO or some type of cryptid, we're at the point now, or even a real picture, someone look at it and would say, oh, that's fake. So there's kind of no winning these days.
No, and the thing is that honestly, should we have ever had faith in those things? Because people have been doctoring photos forever, right? And it's like, I mean, essentially, we've always put so much. Look, a lot of this comes down to the fact that none of us like complexity. We like to keep things simple. So we look for these canary in the coal mines. We look for these single variables that we can track. And that one variable will tell us everything that could possibly go wrong. And it's bullshit. The truth is, you got to just track all the freaking variables. And, and you do that right, and you do that well. And, so I think a lot of people are, I don't know. Part of me thinks part of the problem is that, I think in almost like the formats of the shows that are being done now are in many ways kind of modeled after political shows. And they are kind of all, I don't know. Part of me wonders if there isn't just a yet seen format that doesn't look like Swampy's, but is something different that would allow us to really step up the content and focus less on the social engineering aspect of it.
What's your thought, Flat Earther?
Kind of like the point I was just saying earlier. The thing I keep thinking about right now is the Bigfoot, the Patterson video. Like, if that one's real, we're all looking at that and we're calling it fake. I mean, that could be real right there.
Yep. No, brilliant. That's a brilliant example because this just happened to me, right? So about it was only like a year ago, right? Maybe two. I believed the Patterson Gimlin film was not only fake, but I believed that it had been completely debunked. Okay. Now, the reason why I believed that is because I was into Bigfoot as a kid. And when that whole, there was a whole period in like the 80s where they did a bunch of shows on it. And basically the TV shows decided it was fake. And that's what I remembered. And no one ever corrected me. And so I, move on, 10, 30, 40, all these years go by, right? And then I'm talking to Dave and he brings it up and I'm like, yeah, but that's fake. And he's like, no, it's not. And I'm like, what? Excuse me? And then I start digging around and you go to Google Scholar, where you can look up papers and do a search for Patterson. You would not believe how many papers you'll find, people doing incredible research on every aspect of that film. But to your point, that film, I think you could argue with the length of time it's been in the field, the number of people that looked at it, the analysis that's been done, and the most recent upscaling of it to a higher frame rate and a higher resolution, I think you could argue that we're getting as close to proof as you might be able to get. But it's still not enough to convince anybody who doesn't want to be convinced, right? And maybe that's part of it. Maybe in the end, what we're all looking for is data that's so strong it'll convince someone of something they don't want to believe. And the truth of the matter is no one ever believes anything they don't want to believe.
So with that, people always ask, why don't the UFOs land on the White House lawn? What about the flyover that happened in the 50s?
That's another brilliant example. I first I thought that was fake. Then I thought it was real, but I thought all the film of it and all the video of it was fake. And then recently I got a picture of it somewhere, and I sent it to someone who I trust, and they told me that was an original, and I was like, you got to be. I was floored.
Yeah, I thought the ones that we saw were all artist renditions. I didn't know that those were real.
Too. Evidently, there's a few out there that are supposed to be original from newspaper clippings, and the thing is that if you look at all the data involved in that event, right? The news, the press conference, the White House. I mean, like there was all sorts of auxiliary things that were triggered because of that flyover. That event was so real, and so the fact that that event could have happened, and most of us don't even know about it, and if we do, we don't believe it. But equally, if not more important, that's the kind of event that we're all hoping is going to happen now. And guess what? It already happened, and nothing happened. And that's the part that's so frustrating, is that you get into this field, or you get back into this field after being away for a while, and you get back into this mindset of, oh, there's just these silver bullets. If we just get this data, if we just get this, and then you start digging into it again, you start realizing that every possible scenario that you've thought of that should break the world out of their delusion has already happened and failed.
True. That's true. And you think about the Battle of LA too. That really happened.
Battle of LA. I mean, it's like, the list just goes on. I mean, you take Roswell, right? Forget all the other details. Just look at the threats that were made to the people that live there, and look at no other data than that. And something crazy happened in that town, right? I mean, something nutty happened. I don't know what it was, but something nutty happened, right? So, like, don't blow it off. Don't say nothing happened there, right? Like, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. And to me, I think that's the part of all this that I think has really brought me a little bit of melancholy, is the realization that that it's not about an event. They've happened. All the big things that we thought would do it have actually happened at different times, different places, but they have, and it didn't work. So what does that mean? Well, it means either one, it's dependent on something else that we're not aware of, or two, it's optional. And essentially it's democratic, and enough people have to vote.
Still not going to get through any NDAs, though.
Well, no, but what it's going to get you is it's going to get you motivation and interest in the topic, right? I mean, it would hopefully get you, because the thing is that if for example, if you actually had a like major amounts of the constituency of certain senators really threaten to change their votes if there are not hearings, right? And you give those senators the complete freedom to call those hearings and to free those people from NDAs under testimony, then it could happen. I'm not saying it's going to. I'm not betting on it, but I'm just saying that there are weird paths where pressure could lead to a change in NDA pressure, right? I don't think it's likely, but it's possible. Um, it's but the thing is that whether something is fake, whether something is real, whether something is, like I'm dreading having this conversation with my daughter because like I can remember when I was a kid, it being really important, like what was the real one, like what was the authentic one, right? And as you get older, you start realizing that there's nothing like basically the only thing you might be able to argue is original at some level is thought, and I think even that is a little bit questionable at this point. I don't I am it just I don't know. I mean, it just to me.
Oh, let's get some
So
other opinions here, John.
Yeah,
Let's
please.
Oh, the guy just dropped. Gray Slayer, where are you? You just dropped out. Hop back in.
By the way, Dave, I'm liking that you're allowing people to hop in now. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, I just and to me, like it just to me, a lot of this comes down to what's in it for people, right? I mean, like my wife, for example, right? Like she will listen to what I have to say about this stuff, right? She will ask questions, right? She will, but she doesn't read it on her own. She doesn't research it on her own. She doesn't come to me and ask me for information, right? And a lot of it is because in her mind, none of the potentialities of what might come out are going to impact her day-to-day life, right? They're not going to actually change the way she gets up or goes to work or does anything, right? And so, and a lot of people, that's the mindset they're in. And so until you've shown them why that learning more about this topic is going to change their life in a better way, or how not learning about this topic might hurt their life in some way, which is a really bad way of going about it, but you might try it. I think it's very hard to assume that you're going to get any large percent of the population to give a damn.
Yeah, well, it's like they disbelieve. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Let me get to Edna's question here or comment. She goes, when I told my husband about my experience, he laughed at me and outed me to our best friends. Then CNN showed the tape of UFOs, the exact same thing I saw. This is I mean, this is from Edna's husband who is cracking on her about what she eyewitnessed.
Yep.
Okay. That is supposed to be somebody that she is supposed to trust. Right?
Yep.
No. It is what it is. So sorry, Braz.
I was gonna say I've noticed with other subjects, deep woo subjects, you reach first you get this wall of disbelief that you have to break through. And then once you kind of break down that wall with some good solid evidence or examples, they get to a point where they're just like, well, I still have to pay my bills. I still have to do this. It doesn't matter. So it's either they don't believe or it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you do get to a point where demand plays into it, right? I mean, there has to be some pull of some want for it. There has to be some, because like there are a lot of things that that are out there that that a lot of information out there that we probably could be getting if we were demanding for it more, but people just don't put the energy into it because I think they just don't necessarily see a lot of value in getting it. I mean, I mean, you take for example, like a lot of people who are passionate in this community are passionate because they had an experience, and so for them finding out that some aspect of their experience was real is very meaningful for them, right? and that's understandable, right? But that is what drives a portion of the population, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but that could lead some people to react very, aggressively when it's challenged, right?
I
Because
guess maybe
they
if
take it
there's any
personally.
documented shared experiences of any types, that would be pretty convincing. If more than one person experienced the same exact thing.
You'd think, I would think so too, but the problem is there is a lot of very incorrect pseudoscience out there about shared delusions, and the truth of the matter is that there's the actual science on shared delusions is not as strong as the media would like you to believe. But I think that's the out that people use to explain it.
I was going to say, is there any actual example of a mass hallucination?
Yeah, Fatima.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Fatima is well, depending on how you go, where you go in your research, this gets weird really fast. So Fatima is it's a place, and in oh boy, Dave, when was it? 30, when was it? Anyway, long time ago, um, three little kids uh, saw something, and it talked to them, and it told them things, and it appeared in front of a large number of people, and it did things like it moved the sun and stuff like that. Like it did some pretty crazy things, and like a lot of people saw it, and it's like it's the Lady of Fatima, and supposedly there were prophecies that they were given that they then handed over to the Vatican, and the Vatican claims that they all came true. Um, but that was this massive shared hallucination. But it's once again a really great example, because if you take the um, the female form of the Lady of Fatima, and you start digging into some of the other research, like you start looking at um, uh, oh like cosmic trigger and some of that stuff, right? You can start seeing that you could argue that a female type deity has been reappearing to us, going all the way back to the Venus of Willendorf. It's actually really funny, like the way, and so Fatima is a good example of a shared hallucination, but it's also a very interesting example because it does have this weird tie-in to UFOs, in that essentially not only you have a shared delusion, but you have the fact that at the time the shared delusion was interpreted, or shared hallucination was interpreted as being Christian in nature, right? But in hindsight, there's been analysis done on it where there's now been questions about whether, a giant glowing orb should have been interpreted as the sun and therefore God, or was it just a giant glowing orb that talked to you, right? So these questions start coming up, right? But it's interesting.
Guess to kind of be a stickler, how would that be considered? Number one, how would that be considered a hallucination if a bunch of people saw it? And number two, how would we define delusion and hallucination?
So for me personally, I use them for whether I enjoy them or not. Hallucinations are something I do for entertainment. Delusions are something that happens to me because of someone else. But that's just me. Yeah, that's just totally me. But I mean, the thing is that once again, you're showing that you can ask very reasonable, very sensible questions and still completely derail something, right? Because the thing is that why do we think it was a shared hallucination? Well, because you had, something in the order of thousands of people that claim to have made statements. Okay, but who took the statements? Was, how much influence did the people taking the statements have, right? I mean, if it's the priest from the church that runs a town that came down and asked everyone if they saw something, I mean, you can see how this plays out, right? I mean, you can see how like there have been people that have suggested that the children, when they originally had contact, that they never indicated that it was the Virgin Mary, that it was later that was implied, right? So there's all sorts of it's incredibly, it's super challenging, and so that's why someone said it. I think it was Swampy that said it earlier. Essentially testimony, or I forget the term he used. He used this word in testimony, but essentially, people telling their stories. It not only can you not judge them as whole as fake or not. I think because of the constantly moving scale of what is real and what isn't, you essentially just have to look at it as the whole and glean whatever you can from it. Just learn whatever you can from it, and not. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I mean,
I think that's just
you take the Lady
interesting.
Fatima thing, and you could people all focused on the details, and that's okay place to focus. But you could also focus just on what was said by the entity, and you might come at it with a very different perspective. But go ahead, sorry.
If it a hallucinate, I'm sorry, a hallucination is technically you're seeing something that's not there, right?
In theory, in hypothesis, yeah, a hallucination would be something where you visually see it, and if you go out and touch it, it's not there. Essentially, that's
So
like
if that's what we're defining that,
so a hologram would be hallucination.
if that's what we're going to define the Lady of Fatima event as, how is that correct if it's something that people actually saw it? I feel like it's just.
No, you're totally right. So what I was saying was that if you believe that it did not actually happen, then that is an example of a shared hallucination, right?
Okay.
But you're right. If you believe the event was real, then it's not. But because what was seen isn't possible, like they saw the sun go up and down, right? Like things happen that should not have been able to happen, right? So the fact that those things happen and shouldn't have happened, then becomes the question, right? Of, well, then if a bunch of people all saw Super Grover appear over New York City and fly across the city, what does that mean? Does it mean Super Grover is real? I don't know.
Well, let's hope so. I like Super Grover.
Pretty awesome. Be pretty awesome, but it becomes so, like, have you ever found yourself where you've learned some data much later in life, and you realize that at a much earlier point in time you basically learned the wrong data, or you'd misunderstood something, and so you'd operated for a period of time with a grand misunderstanding of something, and then you get the corrected data, and you basically have to almost go back in your memory to where you messed up, and then kind of like reapply it to what you've learned. Otherwise you're not gonna, it's very challenging. And to me it's I don't know, to me there's certain similarities between how people are dealing with this. And I mean, to me, like I said, hallucinations are the fun things, delusions are the things people do to you. But yeah, no, but you bring up a good point about the shared hallucination. And but the thing is that, depending on what you consider to be an authority, if you consider the Vatican to be an authority, and many people do, they are someone who has, through some means, certified that event as actually happening as recorded.
And going back to that earlier, the White House flyover, that legit happened, and there's real pictures of that, because I've been thinking about that one the past week or so.
Supposedly, but once again, like, okay, so look, so I can take a picture, I can show it to someone that I trust. They can say to me, yes, that's a real photo. I can then get it back and I can go, hee hee, neat, it's real. That's it. The value ends there, right? Because I can't convey who that was. So the trust that I got from them can't come with it, right? So anyone I show it to, they have to go evaluate it on their own, which is what we should all be doing anyway.
Brazelhoff, I do have to ask though, your hair is a little bit too perfect for the night shift, man.
You know, I've actually I've gotten that comment before. People have asked me, "How do you go through your whole shift?" And then you know when they come in the morning, my hair's still looking perfect. I don't know, it's just good gel.
Yeah.
You look like you're a concierge at a Motel 6 or something right now.
Oh, come on now, Hampton, Hilton.
Oh, what was the
Well,
one that had those grape
You do
cookies?
play reverse headstock, so I mean I can't trust you that much.
I do the night audit, so I don't really have much action during my shift. So.
Do you seriously work at a hotel?
Yeah, I work at a Hampton and a Hilton right now.
I just threw the whole Motel 6 thing as a joke.
No, I'm my real career is dog training, but COVID kind of put a speed bump on that. I lost the facility I had during COVID, so trying to get back on my feet. So right now I'm just doing the hotel thing.
Yeah, my wife lost her business from COVID as well. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, it was really rough. She was working for this great bar method studio for a couple of years, and then the owners offered to sell it to her, so we bought it, and then and COVID hit freaking 4 months later, and it was a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just do the night shift so I can still train dogs during the day. So I sleep about 4 hours a day.
You got some music coming out though.
I'm working on an album right now. Yep, almost done with it.
Right on.
So you've been training dogs for a long time?
About 7 years now. Yeah. Yep.
That's fun.
I usually work with bad behavior dogs, similar to like Caesar Milan, but I'm a lot softer and a little more hippy dippy.
Do you get bit much?
I've taken some good bites, yeah, on my left hand. Taken some pretty good bites. 2 pit bulls and a German Shepherd.
Over 7 years?
Yeah.
I think I would personal opinion. I would argue you're doing real well.
Well, I was going to say those are all in my first year of training too.
Well, there you go. There you go.
You figured it out real quick.
Yeah. You learn. And just so I'm curious. So do you find that there are behavioral things that you've learned about dogs that have then helped you with people?
Absolutely. Number one, I guess the concept of reacting to things. I feel like dogs have mastered the art of like the poker face. You want to be able to walk through the world as if there were asteroids landing around you, and you just walk through it without it phasing you at all. That's kind of how a dog can be. Whereas we tend to react to everything and get emotional about it. So it's actually it's shifted my behavior a little bit to where maybe something will happen or someone will say something and I won't do anything. I will just not react to it, and people will be like, "Hey, did you not notice that happen?" I'm like, "I absolutely noticed it happen. I'm just not reacting to it."
Yep. Oh, that's awesome. That's a great example. Yeah, I was going to offer my own in that, I used to be one of the people that had a lot of trouble, with my dogs, barking at things, and you try to, and finally it just dawned on me one day, and so what I started doing is now when they bark, I'll get up and I'll go and I'll open the door and I'll look and I acknowledge it and I thank them for it and I show them gratitude for it. And he immediately shuts up and goes and lays down. And you do that for long enough, and now every time he goes to bark, I just go, "Thanks, bud. Got it. Good boy."
Try this
he
one,
stops
John.
barking and lays down. It's amazing.
When you want him to do something, try saying a whole sentence with the command as the last word. So like, Spike, I need you to go sit. Spike, I need you to go to the door and go sit. Try something like that and see what happens after about a week or so.
Interesting. So I've experimented with it just sporadically, not anything focused. So I'll have to try that. That's cool. That's it's humans and that that's the hard part. Is it so much of what we're doing with? I know I said this a dozen times in different ways, but so much of what we're dealing with, we just don't know how much of it is really an aspect of the phenomenon or a part of the phenomenon, or is it just human behavior, and just just what humans do under stress, what humans do under chaos, what humans do under reduced resources.
I guess the best example I can say with the reactivity stuff is when you're dealing with a dog who's like wants to bite you or is in a very bad mood. If you're showing that you're tense or fearful or reacting to it in any way, that's gonna exacerbate their behavior. So if you go into it nice and loose, like a wet noodle, and you're not reacting, you're showing them like you're not afraid that they're an absolute vicious monster. It breaks down that wall. So that's where I had to learn that.
And I'll tell you, the exact same thing works with drug dealers in the red light district in Amsterdam.
Well,
Exact
I
same
think
scenario.
people now that we've gone to Caesar
Walk up
Milan.
all mellow and relaxed, right? You can have a nice conversation. Find out what the guy's name is.
Dog
Get
collars
about
work.
what's going on.
Do bark collars work for hosts who have 300-second run-on sentences?
You need a shot collar, one that you can actually control. That way you can zap them when you want to.
Yeah, Cliff with the. Yeah, no, that's cool, man. The dog training, that's like tremendous fun. And you're doing so much good, because it's not just you're not just like helping the dogs, but like the quality of life for families after they get the help it's like night and day.
That's honestly, that's the best feeling. Like I'm not a people person, but I really do enjoy helping families. There's people that are on the verge of putting the dog down or getting rid of it. I'm like, nope,
Yeah.
we just need to do these 2-3 things and you're good. And they're like in tears.
It can cause divorces. I mean,
Yep.
it can be the source for a whole lot of strife in the house, which is sad, right? It should be this focus point of love, and it's so I'm curious, and not so and I'm assuming that to become a dog trainer, you were, like a dog lover for at least some portion of your life. When you're watching these shows and you see something like some of these people that think that they actually communicate with animals, like in their minds, actually, like some of them seem to claim to get sentences, some of them seem to just get impressions, or some of them seem to get emotional desires. There seems to be a kind of a gambit of things, but just like, do you have any kind of inkling or sense that has any more or less weight now that you've been kind of as immersed in dogs as long as you have?
Definitely. And I have a short story with that one. I think, well, I know my last dog who passed away in 2020, he the day before I put him down, he literally laid down, looked me in the eyes, and told, I didn't hear words, but he told me, like, I'm done. Like, I'm done. And, that was it. I respected his decision. And then that same dog, I had him and another Doberman who passed away earlier. But that dog visited me, and then he also visited the previous owner. And when the previous owner saw Kiko, she also saw my other dog with him that she didn't know. So her describing both of my ghost dogs visiting her, that pretty much convinced me. You know what I mean? No one can tell me that there's no other side, and that validated my faith right
Cool.
there.
That is really cool. What a great story, man. That's like, wow. Have you ever read any of the Robert Monroe books?
I haven't.
So in I think it's the third one, he basically goes, he gets involved in the reincarnation process. And so he goes to the place where essentially consciousnesses queue up to be reborn, and you can put in requests, right? Like, I'd like this continent, I'd like to be a boy or a girl. You can give some stuff, but you don't have the complete control, right? And so he's kind of observing this whole process, and he starts talking to this little kid. And he starts asking me, like, are you excited? And the kid's like, yeah, I'm really excited. And the kid starts talking, and and then you start paying attention to the way the kids talk, and the kids using weird language, like, well, yeah, because I've always been so good to my family. I've always protected my family. And then later on, he's like, yeah, because I've always been such a good boy. And slowly it starts dawning on you and the character that
Sounds like a dog.
he's never been a boy before. This is his first chance, and he is just bubbling with excitement. I mean, just freaking like glowing with excitement. He is so sure that he can be a good boy. He is so sure that he can do this. And it is one of the for me anyway, it's one of the most beautiful scenes I've ever read in a book. It is just just and to the earlier point, I don't I don't really care if it's true. I believe it because
I mean, with my experience with that, I don't care about what anyone thinks about like the other side. To me, it's that validated it. I told my boy when I was putting him down, go be with Harper. Go be with your brother. And then like 3 months later, I have someone tell me, oh, Kiko came and visited me, and this Doberman was with him, and they told me to let you guys know that they're both okay. So
oh
shit had
man,
me in tears.
that is so damn cool, man. That is just, dude. So that means that's interesting. So that what that means. So assuming you believe in all this stuff, that would, if you were to follow that logic, that would indicate that now that you've been doing this for 6 years, you probably always have one around you.
I've had a connection to animals definitely since I was a kid. I've always like, this is probably gonna sound bad, but like if I saw a person hurt, I would feel less bad about it than if I saw like a dog or a cat hurt. I'd feel way more empathetic to animals for some reason. So it's just always been like that.
Far more common than you would think.
I
And
would imagine, yeah.
it's actually it bums me out that people feel bad about that, or the people think that they have to like justify. It's not. Look, if you've lived a life where every single human you've ever met has harmed you in some way, and the only creatures you've ever seen unconditional love from is animals, guess what? It's not rocket science, right? So and things, a lot of those people that you think hurt you, they didn't do it maliciously. They weren't like evil, right? It's how it goes. Dogs are these incredibly they're just, I sometimes really wonder if the whole point of dogs is just a walking example of what unconditional love is supposed to look like.
Absolutely.
And that's it. And that's just the whole point. It's just
A good example of that would be pit bulls. You see how pit bulls are treated in particular, and they just keep on loving.
Yeah. It's interesting. One of the hypotheses that comes out of both Robert Monroe's books and then also the Dr. What was his name? Who did all the past life regressions where he did the in between lives, is that that the most difficult lives, right? The ones where you end up as a paraplegic, or you're born deaf, or you're scarred in a fire, or all those things. Those lives have the longest waiting lists.
I think I've heard that before.
About UFOs, man.
Huh? What?
I have no idea what that's about UFOs.
Oh, actually, I can tie it all in, right?
There's a long conjunctive run-on sentence coming here.
Well, yeah. I mean, basically, looking at Robert Monroe. I mean, basically, according to what he wrote, it was not just about. It was not just about death. It was about consciousness, and he talked to things that claimed to be aliens. He saw UFOs. he talked to his spirit guides about UFOs and about aliens, and it's all covered in the books. It's But what I was going to get at is that it's this idea. Most of us just think that suffering is like this drop dead horrible thing, right? But if you look at the concept behind these books, what they're actually saying is that the whole point is to learn as much as you can in each life, to make as much progress in each life, becoming a stronger consciousness. And as a result, a disaster of a life is kind of like taking like 3 years of French in the summertime squashed together, right? It's like cramming your topics.
Yeah.
It's dense. And the idea is that it's dense learning, and also there's this interesting aspect that there are certain things that are easier to learn when you are bound to certain levels of society, right? That there are things that you will learn about humility and about how people treat you just by how people look at you when you are a paraplegic that other people will never understand, never, right? They will see similar looks, but there are certain things that are unique to the experience, and those experiences then allow for insight and knowledge. And it was like this friend of mine from high school. She posted on Facebook today. She posted this little write up she wrote about hate and about how reflective hate is, and basically the gist of what she said in the end was that hate is always personal, and hate is always reflective, and hate is always inwardly focused, regardless of what you've deluded yourself into thinking. And so if you really want to heal, you have to let that go, essentially the gist of what she was saying. But when I read what she wrote, what dawned on me was how much suffering would have been required for her to learn that lesson. And I literally felt a shock to my heart. Like I literally felt my heart like when it hit me exactly how much pain she had to have gone through to meet those qualifications. And the thing is that she can now enjoy the benefits of that knowledge, and there will be people that will look at her and ask how did she achieve that, whatever, pick a zenness, calmness, whatever, well, I don't care, how did she achieve it? But I think a lot of people, if they really knew what was required to get there, they would value the whole system very differently, because it really seems like we have like basically so much of what we believe is not just wrong, it's like 180 degrees wrong. It's like completely inverted.
So I think it's good to be open-minded about certain subjects. I think Dave knows what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, what it almost comes down to is you almost no, I think it's, well, I don't know if this is totally fair, but at some level you can't ever come to any conclusions.
Yeah.
Right?
I have a problem with people who are 100% certain. I think it's a bad thing to be 100% certain of something, because none of us truly know.
Well, and the thing is that in practice, I would argue that the only thing that you can be absolutely certain about is something that you work at. And you make it certain by showing it every day and forcing it to be that way. But otherwise, good luck, right? I mean, and that's the thing, is it certainty doesn't, everything's statistics, everything's probability, everything's a range. It doesn't work that cleanly. it's let's do. Oh, I got a meeting somewhere. That's interesting. Yeah, no. I mean, this subject is just
Focus,
totally
John.
crazy.
Focus.
Yeah.
Tweet
Yeah,
You know what? You're honestly, dude. I'm gonna get you one of them Clydesdale harnesses with the blinders on, so that way we can keep you focused.
Yeah, well, no, it's funny because it's funny you bring that up because wearing a hat, when you wear a ball cap and you bend the sides, right? If you are of the ADD persuasion, it will very likely make you feel calm, and it's for the exact same reasons that they do it for
I've got
horses.
a bunch of hats here for you, John. That you can. They're all curved.
Well, part of my problem is I need to stop reading the chat. I just needed to stop looking at it. I get so
So do you
distracted.
guys think that Patterson film was real or what?
100%.
I do too.
Nobody's sewing bits on a costume.
No. And the limbs are all different proportions and everything.
Yes,
I don't know.
especially my opinion is that if the 4K 100 frame per second version of that film had been what was originally released, I think this whole conversation would have been very different from the beginning.
The way the skin undulates, I don't know. That's pretty convincing too.
It's crazy, and I saw a really interesting talk given once by one of the earlier researchers of the Patterson film. I don't even think he's alive anymore, and he talked about the work he did over at Disney to basically try to figure out how you would recreate what was seen, and the Disney Imagineers were like, they're like, look, we could get close, but if someone did that, we'd really like to meet them. Essentially, is what they said. I mean,
Dave,
it was like,
have you ever had any? Have you ever heard any squatches make any sounds?
Some what?
Any sounds? Bigfoot's making any sounds?
Yeah.
So I was listening to someone today talk about how they heard one basically do a deep type of guttural growl that was so low that they could feel it like in their stomach, almost making them poop their pants, basically.
We have heard. Okay, when I was in the forest with Merle and Mark, Merle, we heard the samurai chatter that was coming right in front of us. We heard it twice within a couple of
chatter?
like the
Okay.
that type of stuff. One time, I still think it was either a bear or a cougar. We were walking into the forest, a friend of mine, and I remember I said, we got to go this way because we were going to our gifting site. And we got growled at, like a deep guttural type growl. But I'm not comfortable saying that it was a Sasquatch when it could have been a bear that was lying down. It could have been a cougar that was lying down, or even in a tree. I don't know what it was, but I have never heard wood knocking. I've never heard whooping. I've heard the howling once, and that happened right behind my friend's house where we got roared at. That was scary, but like the wood knocking or the whooping, I would love to hear that.
I was pretty intrigued by this person describing the almost, I guess, infrasonic low. Because I've been working on my death metal growl, trying to get it as low as possible. Been learning different techniques, and this guy's like, "Oh, this is so low, it made my stomach rumble, and I almost pooped my pants." I was like, "I need to learn how to do that."
I got a singer for you, by the way.
Oh yeah,
yeah, my boy.
Oh, nice. He's a singer now too.
Oh, dude, you should hear him when he grabs a microphone. He's just
Yes.
And I'm like,
You know,
oh,
you
yeah,
you've been best dad in the world already, getting him all that gear. Just make sure that you get him some recording equipment when he's old enough.
that's what the studio's for.
There you go.
Yeah, he
He'll be, he'll be on fire.
he had a really good lesson the other night. He started learning Fade to Black by Metallica.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he had a really good lesson the other day. He
I,
loves Metallica, but he it's weird because excuse me, he loves he loves Metallica. He loves but when we're driving around, he loves his like liquid metal on Sirius XM where it's just like Lamb of God type stuff. Loves it. He
nice.
just that's the shit, right? But no, is getting back to Sasquatch though. I mean, with that whole guttural effect. I got another buddy of mine, Mike, up here. He was in an area right before the snow fell in October, November, and he started getting this real bad feeling. I haven't even been up there yet. I don't even know where it is. And he felt this is a guy who he's been face to face with grizzly bears, black bears. Um, you know, he got really scared, really scared. And then when this this big tree went crashing down with no wind, that really freaked him out. And he ended up getting hit with some guttural type noise that he started feeling very sick, started
Yep.
getting like vertigo.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
And he had to back on out of there in order to try and get himself safe or where he felt was safe, So I don't know whether he came in contact with whatever. That area there has Sasquatch. That area also there's believed to be dogmen up there.
I just think that's so cool that they have the ability to like make you feel like nauseated or vertigo just by a sound.
Yeah, like my buddy isn't afraid to go into any forest, and he's afraid to go back there. He is completely afraid to go back there. Like I look forward to this once it starts to warm up. Just getting back in there and putting excuse me, putting my top down on my Jeep and and just sitting there listening. Turn the vehicle off and just listen. Siegel says, "Have you been close to an animal when it growls?" Yes. Yeah. A few times.
I think what your friend was describing is a little bit different neighborhood though. When you're feeling it internally and it's affecting you versus you just hearing it.
Yeah. When you get a cougar to growl at you, it's not fun.
There are systems in your body that begin to do things on their own that they've learned other ways that are all triggered by that growl. And if you're not paying attention, it can be pretty crazy. Especially if it's if it's really a threatening growl, like if it's really like a "don't come near me" sort of thing. Because your body knows what the cougar said, even if your mind doesn't.
Right.
Actually, who was it? It was Jim Semivan tells a fantastic bear encounter story when he was on Joe Rogan, I think it was. Oh, it was a good bear story. Very good bear story.
I'm going to wrap this up. I got to get to bed.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you
all I
guys
was
went
gonna
a long
say
time
is
tonight.
to your earlier question, my big question too would be like, if you've been around like a real predator growling, how does that growl compare to what might be causing these other sounds? Like, is there anything similar, or is it just a completely different experience? But it has so many other factors.
All
Fun stuff.
right.
Like the fact that the hitchhiker thing still happens sometimes with Bigfoot is creepy.
Thanks for letting me hop on, Davey.
Hold on, I'm playing with John here.
Yeah. I just can't believe that the hitchhiker effect happens with Bigfoot.
I know that whole thing is freaky. Go listen to some Swamp Dweller to go to bed. That's what I do. Oh, carbines, thank you.
I meant to tell you, Dave, I tried that last night. That did not end well.
No? Kept you up?
No, because I wanted to hear what's going to happen. I wanted to hear the end of the story.
Oh God, I'm going right back to the same episode I was last night. Going right
Dave's
back to
on
the
the same episode for 3 months. Just make 5 seconds in each night.
I think it took me one time I did the same thing with a Michael Schrad interview a number of years ago, and I think it took me about 3 months to finish the interview. But that was only a 90-minute interview, and this one episode I'm listening to with Swamp Dweller is like 8 hours long, just a hair under 8 hours. And I think I finally made it to hour 1 last night before I passed out.
No, believe it or not, I'm actually seriously about to go into a meeting, and I'll be in technical meetings until 6 o'clock in the morning because the meeting is in Vienna, and I couldn't go, so I'm logging in from here until I'm on their time clock, and so I literally like now like work starts, like I'm gonna be like doing like technical stuff for the next 4 hours. How am I do it? Play video games.
Hoff, that is a gorgeous guitar that you got, man.
Thank you, man. It's a good one. I'm happy with it.
Wish you were coming to the Vegas party, man.
I wish I was too. I wish I had money to do anything, but I'm trying to get back on my feet right now. So,
where's home for you?
I'm in Morgan Hill, California right now, just under San Jose, about half an hour under San Jose.
Are you really?
Home of the Sharks.
Dude,
I don't care about sports though.
I'm in Sunnyvale.
Are you really? Oh, nice.
Yeah, we should grab a drink or something, man. Yeah, totally. I didn't know you were that close. That's awesome.
John will only drink Pepsi in a glass Coke bottle, though.
Oh no! I properly poured Guinness is always welcome.
I bet John and I can get in some really interesting flat Earth conversations.
Oh yeah. So are you really a subscriber to that?
I'm very interested in it. And I just want to know. I want to know about it. Put it that way.
Yeah, totally. No, it's a fascinating topic.
That's why, and that's a prime reason why, right there, why you never trust a guitarist with a reverse stock on his guitar.
I just feel like we got to be open-minded. We're open-minded about rectal probes. We got to be open-minded about the shape of the Earth too. So.
Well, here's the thing, right? Let's assume that it's not. Look at all the data that people think says it does. If that data doesn't mean the Earth's flat, then what does all that data mean? Does it have any relevance? And why did it influence them the way it did? There's still so many interesting questions to ask.
Well, let's not crack it open right now.
Boys, I want to say good night and thank you to Crazy Smith, Smithy, Swamp Dweller, and Carbine's Right for the amazing super chats tonight. Wonderful way to support what we do. Tomorrow night is our last show of the week for myself and Lynn Wallington, as we will be in San Francisco this weekend for UFO Con 2022. If you're in the area, come have a drink with us. Why not? That's where we'll be. That's where we'll be. And thank you to everybody listening in. Let's send you on home here. And we'll see you tomorrow night. Dr. Michael Masters joins us. Time travel and UFOs. Let's get into it.
Oh,
Later.
I like him.
Bye.